change the world. I keep telling this to many people around my circles. And how do you change the world? Changing the world ain't changing the norm or changing political views. Changing the world is making someone happy through seeing your work. Changing the world is inspiring many to go with what you do as an artist. So that's what inspires me, especially when I wake up. But then I have projects I'm working on, so I have things I do every day. And the excitement of doing them keeps me going. Where do I see myself 5 years from now? All over the place. I have plans to do so much. You know, I would want to have a foundation. I would have a foundation that would help change the world through my work. Maybe partner with organizations that can use my work, since it can be multiplied and blown up to infinity of size. And we see what we can do for certain communities, you know. How can we help a community of kids? Can we create a center for kids to come together and do stuff? But it's beautiful because it has my work. Couldn't we help the hospitals use art to heal? Medicine ain't the only way that heals people. I would want to have a school that would maybe teach the next generation what we as artists do, but at a fundamental level to the biggest level. So 5 years if I'm alive, definitely I intend to do so much with my work and hope people will be able to support me as an artist and see what we can do together. Unfortunately, I'm an orphan, but I've been raised by this loving family that has been supportive. Always taught me to be the best I can and believe in myself. So yeah, I believe it's always good to have a family that backs you up and wants you to do what you are meant to do. So school, I've always been a troublemaker in school, very, very troublesome, but then with the gifts, and it's good that people saw the beauty in me through my art and try to see the trouble as just a character I had. My brand is easy, of course. It's a combination of my name and my late mother. She was called Bomwezi. I'm called Mojizi. The last initials of both our names are Easy. So she's not around to see me be the man I am today, but I'm sure she is proud and she would be proud. And I'm not only doing this for my immediate parents. You know, family ain't just whoever birthed you or having the same blood flowing within you. Family is your friends, those who look up to you. So I believe my family is proud of me. I believe my character has been something that came up through my upbringing. My friends, the society I'm with, I keep around myself. So yeah, I believe my character has come up from my upbringing, mainly not through a parent specifically. If you love me very well, touch me very well. That's my best song at the moment, and I'm glad it's done by Ugandan. I love it so much. So singing ain't one of those, but maybe boxing. Yeah, I'm a boxer. So that's something I can do. I'm Mojizi Larry, and that was my story on Double XL.
My name is David Okwi, and I'm the shop manager here at Oduka. Our vision is really to bring technology closer to the people, closer to you, tech that you can afford, tech that lasts, tech that is durable, and tech that you can use to simplify your life. My inspiration behind starting Oduka came from the fact that I've been blogging or writing about tech for the past 10 years. But the stuff that I've been writing about has not been locally available in the market. So what we did is, let's bring this technology to the people. So we really had to start a store, an actual store that you can order today and then have the product delivered to you tomorrow. So currently we launched with mobile accessories. Think a car phone charger, car phone mount, iPhone charger, micro USB, Type-C, charging accessories like this power extension here with 4 ports that you can use to charge your phone, as well as the other ports for appliances. We test our products and make sure that they're up to standard. We vet our suppliers. We don't just get any supplier. Other than the fact that COVID-19 has forced you to sell online, there are very many advantages why you should do that. One of the advantages is the convenience that you're bringing to your customers. 2 is that you have a wide market that expands beyond your working clients. We intend to grow, to bring more tech, to bring tech to the everyday user out there, and to bring really good tech. In order to do that, we intend to scale our product categories and to also cement our position as a leader in electronic products.
Kampala Capital City Authority, the entity appointed by the Parliament of Uganda to be responsible for the day-to-day operations within Kampala, the capital city in Uganda, has over the years embarked on various initiatives and projects to better the living conditions within the city. One main area of focus for KCCA is water and sanitation, especially in vulnerable urban poor areas.
I'm Alan Koronziza, and I'm the program manager for the Citywide Inclusive Sanitation Program in Kampala. Kampala is a city of over 1.5 million residents who double during the day to over 3 million. Out of those 1.5 million residents, we found that 1% of those actually don't access any sanitation facility whatsoever. So they commonly use methods like the flying toilets that I'm sure many of us are aware of. We also found that the majority of the residents live in informal settlements. Actually, that's about 60% of the city's residents live in informal settlements. These are settlements that are not planned. These are settlements that are congested as a result of that. These are settlements that have limited access to basic services and utilities. We also found that when these toilet facilities fill, over 50% emptied the contents into the environment untreated. And a similar percentage number just abandoned the toilets altogether, and because of space constraints, actually joined the group that didn't have any access to toilets. And when we looked at what happens to these toilets when they are filled up, that was also another telling story. We found that only about 23% of these facilities get emptied safely when they are filled. So what that means is that we have a whopping 67% of our waste from these toilets that is either stuck in the communities where we live, or that is emptied or disposed into the environment untreated.
My name is Senablia Francis. I'm the head teacher of St. Peter's Primary School in Zambia. We are actually very grateful to Kampala Capital City Authority for having identified us to have an improvement of sanitation in this school.
KCCA identified fecal sludge management as a key area to focus on as far as water and sanitation is concerned within Kampala.
Before we got the assistance from KCCA of sanitation, we had toilets, and these toilets were insufficient because we had 29 stanzas in all. So when KCCA came in to help us, we were able to get more facilities. In fact, the number came to 82 stanzas, 56 for girls and 26 for boys. These include also urinals. We also had a benefit of adding more facilities of washing hands. And our school was the pioneer to have a unique facility we call the wash-a-lots. And these facilities reduce on the use of water because very little water comes out when somebody is using the facility.
In a typical scenario or a traditional sense of the service, the way the service is accessed, we had communities that didn't have any information at all about how to access sanitation facilities, where to get them, and who would provide them. And for the communities that did, they reached out to one key member within their communities who then linked them to the service providers in the communities.
We went detail about Weyonje. The facilitators were good. They taught us what is Weyonje. We went as leaders so that we bring the message to the community.
Last year, KCCA initiated the Weyonje app as a way of improving sanitation service delivery in the city. Members were given out smartphones and we started using that app.
So with the GSMA funding, we've been able to invest in mobile-based applications that help to link communities with the service providers. The same applications help the service providers know how they are delivering the service so they can actually increase their efficiencies. And the same mobile applications help KCCA understand where is the service being provided, where is it not provided, so that KCCA can reallocate the resources to the areas where the service is not being accessed very well.
Okay, we've got a new job and he's having a septic tank with a flush toilet.
KCCA has taken a number of steps to address this sanitation challenge, which include, but not limited to the following: the setup of a call center to provide information to population and secondly, to link them to service providers. And now, with active involvement of the private sector-led interventions, things are looking up. And it's not just KCCA's commitment to a better Kampala and the strategic partnerships that is transforming fecal sludge management issues within the city.
So what we're seeing over a space of 1 year, when we've started this approach of using the technology to actually address this service chain, is we're seeing a 20% increase in the amount of fecal sludge that is actually being evacuated from the communities. So we're actually seeing more toilets being emptied. We're seeing more service providers actually being employed or called upon to provide these services. So this GSMA funding has been very, very critical. It has been very helpful in actually tightening or linking that part of the service chain and ensuring that a citywide service is actually being delivered.
The whole program, I can range it, it has been a success by 95%, because initially we were operating in a very informal way. Everyone was in his own. So we got trainings, we started companies. After starting companies, KCC and GIZ started also to legalize the sanitation business. Now members have licenses, have acquired KCC environmental service permit. They have recommendation for national water that actually every fecal sludge you collect, you have to dispose it at its facilities, and the NEMA license, which is the last license that is required in rendering this sanitation business. So the whole process, at first we saw that maybe KCC has come to kick us out of the business, but we were far short-sighted. But in the due course, in the process, we saw that KCCA want to shape our final destiny in this sanitation business, because we are given the priority such that we can comply with the city rules and regulations. If we fail, then they get other people to come and take over sanitation in the city.
Engineered in the heart of the pearl, one face, four perspectives, embracing a hip urban and dynamic community, keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene, fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond, inspiring beautiful minds across the world, literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
Fitness Junction would love to thank you for your continued support and patience during these trying times. With the ongoing pandemic, we have come up with different standards of operation that can keep you safe and keep us safe. Come have a quick tour with me.
Good morning or good afternoon from your sitting room. This is XXL Season 4 and particularly on the book review. Today I'm going to be talking to the gentleman who is well known to most of you and the gentleman who I would say in my own opinion shaped the media landscape in Uganda after the 1986. The gentleman known as Mr. William Pike is on the show today to talk about the book that I think is the greatest book so far at the moment in Uganda. And of course, the book that rhymes most of the books written, telling the story of Uganda before the 1986 and perhaps after the 34 years. William Pike, in his book, talks about some very intimate stuff and as well as some very difficult moments of the history of Uganda and as a country. Let's dive into it. And William, welcome to the show.
Thanks. bringing me on, Eddie.
You're welcome. How are you?
I'm good.
Tell me about your flight from Nairobi to Kampala.
Well, I haven't tried tried Uganda Airlines yet. I must try it. I normally come on Jambo Jet, and it's fine. I come every month to Uganda to check on Capital Radio, so I'm still around.
Okay, so you haven't flown Uganda Airlines, but did you fly the Uganda Airlines, the original Uganda Airlines?
Flew Uganda Airlines in the old days.
Yes.
And I think even in the book, there's a story of how when I moved to Uganda, which was in, I think, June 1986. So I'd been covering the Bush War before then, but I actually moved and came to work at New Vision full-time in June 1986. We went on Uganda Airlines Boeing 707 from Gatwick, and then we got all the way over Sudan, and then some part of the plane broke down, so we had to go back to Gatwick.
Whoa.
And
from Sudan?
From Sudan all the way back, which is like 3/4 of the way to Uganda.
Yeah.
And we went all the way back to Gatwick, and it was a pretty, it was more like a matatu than a plane. And I think that's that plane that eventually crashed in Rome in, I can't remember when that was, 1989 or 1990. So that's how, but that's the last time I flew Uganda Airlines. But I look forward to flying the new Ugandan Airlines.
Okay. What do you think of the Uganda airline of today versus the Uganda airline of the old days?
Well, it's too early to comment, but my one concern is it's so difficult to make money running an airline. South African Airlines is effectively bankrupt. Kenya Airways, the government Kenya Airlines is requesting the government to nationalise it. Rwanda Air survives on subsidies from the state, substantial subsidies. Ethiopian Airlines is the most profitable and successful African airline. Ethiopia is a highly disciplined country, so I don't think you have a problem in Ethiopia of training pilots and then they go to work for Emirates. It's a challenge, and I hope Uganda Airlines succeeds. I'm sure they can succeed with short-haul regional flights. The challenge is doing long-haul international flights. That can be very expensive and challenging.
Yes, and I think we're bringing about 3 or 4 planes, to that effect, right? Well, you have heard from William the experience of flying Uganda Airlines back in the days. So let's dive into this very long-awaited for moment of the combatants, the memo of the Bush War in Uganda, and the press in Uganda. What a title!
Well, the title comes from the NRA song, which you can find on YouTube if you want to listen to it.
They fought a Bush War, heaven encouraging, until when the blood was shed for Ugandans. Fellow combatants and patriots in the struggle, our country Uganda must be free.
They gave their lives so that Uganda could be free. So it's that you can listen to that song on YouTube, and that's where the song came from.
All right, and so you decided the title of the book came from, and anything particularly that drove you to it?
If you listen to those songs in those days, and I think this is what it's very difficult for people to imagine. Even the Bobby Wine followers, it's difficult for them to imagine. But this Bush War struggle was in some ways selfless. It was genuinely patriotic. Of course, there were mistakes and flaws, and people are human. So people are not saying they were perfect, but it was genuinely motivated by feelings of sacrifice and patriotism, which is why those songs, something like that song, Fellow Patriots and Combatants in the Struggle, that's why it captures that mood. And so that's why I wanted to use it. And actually, the people who follow Bobby Wine and think we need a change and blah, blah, they might actually find that they knew more about this, the NRA struggle, that they actually somehow identify with it and sympathize with it. It's not so different.
to their core.
Well, you know, everyone desires a better world, a more progressive society. The conditions, of course, then were terrible. I mean, at least between 1971 and 1986, at least 500,000 Ugandans died. It was a much more terrible time than it is today. So you can't, in that sense, you can't compare the Bobby Wine followers with the NRA.
You have had the part that William talks about, the beginning, the title of the book, the song and the struggle and what is going on right now in the country. But William, let's get a little bit more specific to the book itself. Why the book?
What happened was that in around 1988, a British publisher asked me to write a book. And so I submitted the book in around 1991, but it was too detailed about Ugandan politics for the British publisher. And then I submitted it to a local publisher here, but the local publisher wanted to change it. I didn't want to change it very much. So then it sat in a drawer. And then about 3 years ago, I thought, no, it can't just sit in a drawer. So I wrote a final chapter. The first 14 chapters are really about up to 1993 or 92. And I wrote a last chapter about how President Museveni decided to lift term limits, about how I left New Vision, my final thoughts on the Bush War, was it worth it? How, to what extent had Uganda been transformed? There was a question when we were in the book, there's a theme. First time I went to visit Uganda was in the Luwero Triangle, when the Bush War was at its murderous height. The second time I went to visit was the so-called liberated zone in western Uganda. And in Masaka, I stayed with the headquarters of Salim Saleh. And then one day we were driving, he was taking me to, we were going to see something, he was showing something. And as we were driving along at Murum Road somewhere, Saleh said, "Is this a revolution? You know, this is the Russian Revolution, the French Revolution, the American Revolution." So I was a bit nonplussed and struggled to answer the question. But actually, I tell that story at the beginning of my chapter on Western Uganda, the liberated zone in 1985. And then at the very end of the book, I come to answer the question, which in my view, it was a revolution, but not like the Bolshevik revolution in 1917 in Russia, but more like there was some revolutions in 1848 in Europe, which were essentially middle-class revolutions. And they restored the rights of human rights and voting rights and property rights and stabilized society without radically transforming society. And so I said, yes, I think it was a revolution, but that kind of revolution, like the 1848 revolutions in Europe. So, you know, Uganda is transformed, and Uganda is a better place now as a result of what happened in the Bush War, in my view.
So, you say that moment with Salim Saleh, and a question comes to mind. What drove you from, first of all, how did you even how did you get to be in Uganda and to be in the middle of this war, and from a journalist who was doing his stuff in the UK to getting to Uganda and finding yourself to the bush? What was the interest?
I also explain the circuitous path that led me to Uganda in the book. But I was born in Tanganyika, as it was then, in 1952, where my father was a colonial officer. And then when I was older, we went back to England and I went to school in England. But I always retained, you know, a feeling or something for Africa. And then in my 20s, when I became a journalist, if you're a journalist, it's always much better to write about something that interests you and which you have, where you want to develop a deep understanding. So I started writing about Africa. Then I went to be a foreign correspondent in Tanzania in 1982. And Tanzania at that time was also in a very hopeless economic state. And it was rather depressing. And it was very difficult to work or live in Tanzania in those days. So I came back to the UK and went to do a master's in African Studies at the School of Oriental and Africa Studies. And there I met a mature PhD student who happened to be a Ugandan exile called Ben Matogo. And we started talking, and I was telling him about Tanzania, and he talking about the problems of Africa. And then it turned out he was the London representative of the NRA, NRM.
You didn't know about this?
No, I didn't. No, he was just a guy. I was just like, I'm having a coffee in the coffee bar. This guy's having a coffee there. Hi, how are you? Get chatting. Then we used to meet up in the coffee bar. So it became a personal relationship, and then I discovered these things.
Okay.
And then to cut a long story short, journalists always want to get a big story. There was all these rumors of atrocities in the Luwero Triangle. There was a so-called guerrilla group, or were they bandits? It was a big story. No one knew exactly what was going on. So other journalists were also trying to go, but eventually I ended up being the journalist that was taken to the bush by the NRA, which was, I think, looking back, the greatest formative experience of my life.
Okay. And tell me about your first experience meeting President Yoweri Museveni.
Well, to get to see Museveni was a real struggle, because I got a phone call one day in London, come to Nairobi now. I said, I can't come now, but I'll be there in a week. So I got to Nairobi, met Katagaya. Katagaya sent me to Entebbe, stay in the Lake Victoria Hotel. Someone will come and greet you and say, are you EK's friend? So Aston Kajara came and said, are you EK's friend? I said, yes. Then it took a week to get me into the bush, through a lot of hassles, getting caught in roadblocks. The younger generation won't remember what it was like, but it was super dangerous in Kampala. Much more dangerous being in Kampala than being in the bush with the NRA.
Wow.
No one was outside after 6 o'clock. Everyone was in. If you were outside after 6 o'clock, you were a security operative or something, an army person. It was really scary, incredibly dangerous. Eventually, they decided I had to walk out, because it wasn't possible to drive me out because of all the difficulties. A guy called Bob Kagoro, who was the manager of Total, was the head of the cell that was taking care of me, the 3-man cell. So I stayed at his house in Kasubi. And then one night we walked out from Kasubi, walked through the dark, walked to Nansana, where there was a little camp, NRA camp hidden in a coffee bush. Picked up 5 NRA people. I walked out with one person, picked up 5 guys in Nansana. Then from there we walked to what was called Black Bomber Camp, which was commanded by Chaligonza.
This is the current Matayo Chaligonza, the cantankerous old man.
Yes, the man with problems on his So, yeah, I mean, he's a tough guy. So he was the commander of the...
Was it tough then?
Well, he was commanding the nearest NRA camp. I mean, this was a camp with hundreds of soldiers, or very near Matuga in a forest. So that's close, that's the front line.
Yes.
So then we picked up another, so we got there at about 10 o'clock in the morning. Then they let me sleep till about 3 or 4 o'clock. Then they woke me up. I was staying in one of these tents they call Mamengina, Ingia, Pole Pole.
Yes.
Tents, you know, little grass shelter. Then we walked from there to a big camp called Mondlane, commanded by Tinyafuza.
This is the current Sejusa,
Yes,
David
yes,
Sejusa.
Yes, Sejusa, yes.
Okay.
But he wasn't called that then. And that was a big camp with maybe 1,000 men. Stayed there for a bit, then continued walking through the night. All of this time, from Black Bomber, the Matuga camp. So there was, in Black Bomber, we picked up 30 soldiers,
Yes.
so like a whole platoon to protect me.
Okay.
But there was one person who took care of me personally, who was Kale Kayahura.
Oh!
Who was also called Edward in those days.
Yes.
So, and in the dark, so we walked all through, the second night we walked all through the night, going through ruined buildings, through matoke plantations. And because I was used to living in the city, in London,
Yes.
my night vision was very poor. So I walked for kilometers and kilometers, holding Kale's hand like a little child.
Wow.
And then I got very, very, very tired. And I kept saying, when are we getting there? When are we getting there? He said, oh, no, we'll soon get there. We'll soon get there. So then we walked on, and then we got out of the forested part of Luwero and into the grasslands in Bulumezi. So something like, that must, yeah, so after about 2 days,
Yes.
just almost 2 days, we reached Museveni's camp, the headquarters of Mobile Brigade. Having walked something like 110 kilometers.
Yes.
And I was wrecked. And then the next morning, they took me to see Museveni.
All right. So tell me something. In the book, you happen to be the first journalist, if I'm not mistaken, and foreign journalist to ever see Museveni in his camp.
Yeah, I think that's, there was actually another journalist who went in. So there were 3 journalists who visited the NRA in the bush. Actually 4 journalists, I think. The first one was called Tom Lansner, who was the Reuters correspondent, and he's still a friend of mine. He was an American journalist.
Okay.
And he went just to the Matuga area with Katagaya in about September 1981, very soon up. But they just hid in the bushes and they didn't really do very much, but they were very small. At that time, there were probably only 100 or 200 soldiers in the NRA. It was a tiny group. Then in 1982, the NRA overexpanded with hindsight and created a liberated zone in Luwero. But that, if you follow the law of guerrilla warfare, you shouldn't take territory that you can't defend.
Yes.
And they tried to set up a liberated zone, and that was actually a disaster because it allowed the UNLA to attack fixed positions.
Yes.
And the NRA didn't, suffered a lot of setbacks at that period. But a journalist called Hans Germani from Germany went to that liberated zone, or that controlled area, whatever you call it, at that time. But he never really did a proper write-up of it. So although he went, people don't really know about it.
Yes. Then
I went there in 84, July, August 84. And then in 1985, after they'd opened the second front in the Ruwenzori Mountains, Tim Cooper and Alison Porteous, who are still around Uganda sometimes, they went and did some TV programs in, I think at the end of 85, end of 84, beginning of 85.
Yes.
So those are the only journalists who ever properly visited NRA in the bush.
But they never met Museveni particularly?
No, I don't think they did. No, they didn't do interviews and all of that stuff with Museveni.
Okay, so let's talk about you meeting Museveni at that point. But point for you to actually note is that 1984, I was, I think, 2 years old or 1 year old or something like that. So you can imagine the contrast when I sit to actually interview William right now, and this is a story of so many Ugandans as well. Let's get into a commercial break, and when we come back, William will tell us the story of how he met Museveni the first time, and I would like to know what happened, and you will definitely be blown away. Welcome back to the show. This is the book review on XXL Season 4. On the hot seat today is actually the senior citizen, Mr. William Pike. You all know him. So William, meeting Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the fearless man, for the first time, what was running in your mind at that moment when you appeared and said, finally I'm here and this is Museveni, the guy I've been looking for?
Of course it was very exciting. Because actually that was the journey. You're picking up information about the NRA, but
you found it exciting, William? Not scared?
Scared and being exciting. I mean, two sides of the same coin. Really.
Yes, yes.
Obviously, as a journalist, to
Yes.
get the interview Museveni was a big thing, and it would be a centerpiece of any article that I wrote in the British papers, because I'd come there to write this story. The Observer newspaper, which is a Sunday newspaper, one of the two big Sunday newspapers in England.
Yeah.
And so I was very excited. I got a bit irritated because I'd gone all the way this way with them. Then they were taking me to meet Museveni, and they started patting me, checking my bags. I thought, why are they doing this?
I mean, I've been with you all this time.
Anyway, there was a bit of, so we went through that bit of security. Of course, nothing like the security Museveni has today.
Yeah.
And so then that must have been about maybe 10 o'clock in the morning. So Museveni was sitting outside so all the soldiers stayed in little grass thatch.
Mama ingia pole pole.
Yes, exactly. Yes. But his was bigger, and it had more like a hut with straight walls.
Yes.
So, because he was the commander-in-chief.
Chief, yes.
And, or actually not, what he was called then is chairman of the High Command.
Okay.
And so he had a little stick bench, made of sticks lashed together outside his hut. And there was one for me to sit on, and then there were a couple of other benches, I think, where he used to meet his commanders. So I got there, got out my tape recorder, got ready to interview him. And then he said, no, hold on. Tell me about yourself.
Typical President Museveni, yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
So he's really, in many ways, he hasn't changed.
Yeah.
And so then we did that, and then I did my interviews, which went on for many hours. So I stayed with him until, maybe 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening.
Wow, from 10 o'clock?
In the morning, yeah.
Wow.
So we did lots of interviews, but then after we started talking about, so he told me about his history, who he was, the NRA struggle, politics, blah, blah. Saying he was completely confident. That was the very striking thing at the time. He said, if we had 3,000 rifles, I can't remember the exact numbers, it's in the book, 3,000 more rifles, AK-47s, 1 million rounds of ammunition, and some mortar shells, we could capture power immediately.
Wow.
And when he said it, he wasn't really boasting. Sometimes people say, I'm the greatest person.
Yeah.
But when he said it, you felt, actually, somehow, this sounds true or plausible.
Yes.
Actually, and it was that self-confidence, that incredible self-confidence, which is based, I think, on a profound understanding of the political conditions inside Uganda at that time, plus his understanding of military tactics and strategy.
Yes.
So it wasn't a wild boast. I think it was a reasonable assessment.
Okay.
Because indeed, it was only a year and a half later that he did capture power. So there wasn't such a big gap.
Okay.
But anyway, I did the interview, talked to him for a long time. All the time he was there, he had a second person to cross-check I think what I was saying, and so he could discuss what did you think of that person, Pike.
Oh.
Do you think he's genuine?
Yes.
So the other person.
So there was a person doing a personality
so the other
check.
person was sitting there with his cap pulled over his head.
Yes.
So Museveni was on his bench, and then this person was sitting with his back to a tree, like this, with his cap over his head, so you couldn't see his face. Or when I took pictures, his face wouldn't be showing.
Yes.
And that was Mugisha Muntu.
Wow.
Who was
Yes,
sort of blue-eyed boy.
Yes, and then the fact-finding, yes.
Very close and was doing intelligence stuff for
yes,
Museveni.
yes.
The reason he was hiding his face was he didn't want his family to get in trouble. And as you know, his family were prominent UPC people
Yes.
in Bushenyi.
Yes.
So he was he wasn't being secretive, he was just trying to protect his family.
Okay.
So, and then I got into a very long argument with Museveni, because at that time I was for a magazine called South in London.
Yes.
So I was doing a lot on business and how to run economies in developing countries. And Museveni had this idea for an exchange rate with 16 different rates.
Yes.
For the Uganda shilling.
Yes.
If you're importing a wig or cosmetics, you pay a high, you get a bad exchange rate. If you're buying a car, you get a bad exchange rate. But if you're importing essentials, you get a good exchange rate. And I was saying to him, this is unworkable because you know, how do you regulate it? And it's much better just to have a single exchange rate and then put a tax on wigs and cars.
Yes.
Anyway, he's very argumentative, Museveni, and he will never admit he's wrong. And then, not on this case, but on other cases later, after I came to Uganda, I found often you'd argue with him, and then a few days later, you'd hear him having changed his position on something. So he internalizes it.
Yes.
But anyway, what I realized...
Which is actually a good thing for a leader, to always take in information and internalize it.
Yes.
And make changes.
Yes.
Because if you just stuck to it and you don't change, you tend to have a problem. Yes.
So I realized, and the following day I also spent a good part of that day with him. So that day and a half I spent with Museveni, eating with him, talking with him, spending time with him. I realized he was really a remarkable person with a very powerful intellect and a very interesting vision of what could happen in Uganda and how Uganda could be reformed and rebuilt.
Yes. He had quite a very interesting ideas on how you can inform Uganda and take Uganda, reform Uganda and take Uganda to forward. What did you pick from Museveni at that point? Was he real about this stuff?
Yeah, very real. But I think the big thing I picked from him at that time was, I think when he was at Dar es Salaam University, he was a Marxist. But by 1984, he'd moved to the idea of a mixed economy.
Okay.
With, you know, capitalist elements, but also elements to protect ordinary people and ordinary Ugandans, so that you incentivize investors, but also try and raise the living standards of the people. So he'd moved to that idea of a mixed economy, and I was asking him, you know, people say you were a Marxist, and at that time the British Foreign Office in England had been trying to find out how left-wing Museveni was, and he said, look, I don't put me in those categories. I'll do a deal with the devil if it makes Uganda a better place. So he was really, I mean, he was that was a thing that many people in Europe, the British government were very frightened of Museveni, because he thought that he was a left-wing person who was going to nationalise all their businesses, their remaining businesses. And he was saying, no, that's not what I am. So that was also an important thing to discover at that time.
Yes. How did you, what happened after that? Did you, in the book you say that...
Well, so what happened, one thing that happened after that, what happened after that, because I'd walked for 110 kilometers in 2 days, and I hadn't come with proper walking shoes.
Yes.
because I didn't want, when I was going through immigration at Entebbe, to look like I wanted to look like an ordinary tourist, so I just had ordinary shoes. My feet had got very, very swollen. So my ankles were like this. If that's my ankle, it was my ankles swollen up.
Yes.
So Museveni got me the doctor for Mobile Brigade to come and treat, and I got one of their precious bandages. They didn't have enough medical materials to reduce the swelling.
Yes.
So that doctor who reduced the swelling on my ankles was Kizza Besigye. So that's also in the book.
Yes.
So what happened after the interview is Museveni said, okay, it's time for you to go. Now, how do you think you've got the strength to walk back with your bag legs? We could put you in a stretcher. I said, no, I can't go in the stretcher.
So put you in a stretcher so that people can carry you?
Yeah. I said, no, that would be too humiliating.
Yeah.
And actually, no, I can manage, I can walk. Then we set off at about 7 o'clock in the evening. I don't know if viewers have seen the picture of Museveni standing in tall grass with an AK-47 on his shoulder, strap on his shoulder and a t-shirt.
Yeah. We actually have that on the show. I think it's going to be the scene, yes.
Yeah, so that picture I took about 1 minute before we set off walking back from Bulemezi to Kampala.
Tell me something, having seen Museveni and done this interview, and now you seem to have a lot more information about the guy who was the mystery guy, but now no more a mystery person. What happened to the story? What did you do to the story?
So then we set off from Bulemezi, walked back to Kampala, but it took, we went back at a slower pace than the pace at which we had rushed to meet Museveni. Saw a lot of evidence of massacres. There were two things I wanted to do on this trip. One is as a journalist, I wanted to meet Museveni, get an interview with him. But then second was to see evidence of massacres. And unfortunately, or fortunately from a journalistic point of view, I saw a lot of evidence, thousands and thousands of skeletons. And there was overwhelming, there weren't many people in Luwero. I mean, there were maybe hundreds of people left in the northern part of, north of Luwero, but in the southern part of Luwero, it was, Matuga and all those areas, Muto, it was completely deserted. But in places like Kapeka, Matuga, Muto, I saw so many skeletons and dead bodies. It was really tragic, and it made it very plausible that hundreds of thousands of people have died there. I think the estimates, the American government estimated 150,000 people had died. Yeah. So, but I thought maybe from what I could see it was even more. And the few people that were remaining there were unanimous that it was the government army, the UNLA soldiers that had done it. Because I think there's still a dispute today, were some of those people killed by the NRA?
Yeah.
But actually, on my trip, I was completely confident that this was all done by the UNLA.
Yeah.
And for instance, I met one chap who was a survivor. The story is in the book.
Yes.
And I think you can show the picture.
Yes, Mugerwa, who was...
Edward Mugerwa, I think his name was. Yeah, he had a big scar on his head.
Yes.
And he wasn't completely normal. He's someone like who's had a car crash and had head injury. He didn't talk very clearly, or he talked very slowly. But his story was that he'd been arrested on the street in Kampala, just in the Pandagari operation where they grabbed random people, took him to Makindye barracks, interrogated, then taken to Bombo barracks, then from Bombo barracks loaded onto a lorry and driven into the bush. And in the bush, as they got out of, there was about maybe 20 people in the lorry. As they got out, they were chopped on the back of the head with a panga. Chopped, that's why he had a big chop. But in his case, the chop hadn't killed him, but then he got dead bodies thrown on him. Whoa. And he woke up and he was still alive. but everyone else was dead. And then he crawled away, and he was found actually in Chalagon. He was in Chalagonza's camp, a black bomber. Then I asked, I said, can you take me to the place where you were dumped? You know, because you're trying to fact check.
Yes, of course.
You know, here's a story, but is it true?
Yeah.
So he took me to, with the guerrillas, they managed to find the place, and there was a pile of bodies, and every body
had a cut on the head.
A panga cut in the back of the head, which was evidence that his story was credible. Okay. That's the pictures and the story. That story is in the book. So yes. We got all that dimension on the return journey to Kampala. Then you were asking about what happened to all the documents.
Yes.
Those were driven by. I was also very frightened now, because I had pages of notes,
yes.
which I'd written in tiny handwriting,
yes.
to minimize the amount of paper.
Yes.
But I still had pages and pages, plus 6 rolls of camera film.
Whoa.
Because in those days we didn't have digital cameras,
yes.
you had to have physical film.
Yes.
Plus, I think 3 cassette tapes of Museveni talking.
Of audio, yes.
Yeah, if I'd been caught with those, I would also have been killed.
Yes.
So those were handed over to Dr. Makumbi at Mulago Hospital, who was later the health minister in NRM government. And he drove them to Nairobi and handed them over to Katagaya. And then Katagaya sent them by DHL to London. And then I got scared, because by that time I'd been back in England for a month. And after taking all these risks, all my material for my story
were not with you.
So, shit, what am I going to do? Excuse my language.
Yes.
If I lose it, everything will be wasted. Even the risks that the NRA took will have been wasted.
Yeah.
But fortunately it came. I wrote the story for The Observer. It became a big international story for various reasons and was splashed on newspapers all over the world. Bote called a cabinet meeting. How did this happen? They arrested the immigration officer who let me in and said, why did you let this man in? The immigration officer said, I didn't know, he's just a tourist.
Yes.
And actually, when I came back in January 1986, just after the capture of power, he actually stamped my passport and told me that story. He said, but don't worry, everything's okay.
It's okay now, yes. So that story actually is quite key for me right now, because you have set so many people, including the British government, in the story. I got my hand on that whole story of the British government talked about a certain number of people who are dead, and it seems like your story brought out some dimensions that had to make people rethink the position of the killing in Uganda during the wartime and all that stuff.
So what it was that the British government, it was actually a big controversy at that time, as Amnesty International, the International Red Cross had released figures saying a lot of people were being killed because there were displaced people's camps.
Yes.
The biggest one was in Kapeka, and they were saying people were being taken out of the camps at night and killed. And then the British government issued a statement in around July 1984, around the time, actually August 1984, saying, no, actually, it was the American government issued a statement saying 150,000 people had died in Luwero in this violence, primarily at the hands of the government army. The British government said, nonsense, it's only 12,000 at the most.
Yes.
It's happening, yes, but not more than 12,000. So then I came back with evidence then, and I said, actually, not only is the British government wrong, but probably the American government is underestimating on the basis of what I've seen.
Yes.
So that's one reason why this became a global story. Because if you think of all the stuff about the Rohingya Muslims in Bangladesh now, that's a huge thing.
Yes.
Uganda was occupying a similar place in the world media in those days.
Yeah.
And if someone could come and quantify accurately how many Rohingya Muslims had been killed, now it would be a big story. So it was something like that. That's why it became a big story when I said, actually, no, there's evidence that it's even more than 150,000.
Yes, and so in that story, you account for that moment when you jump on your bicycle to ride to, I think, the university canteen or something like that. And then the newspaper finally arrived to the man who made the connection, Mr. Ben Matogo. What happened? What was the feeling?
You know, I used to ride a bicycle when I was in London, so I wrote to the Observer newspaper on Saturday night, the night before it was coming out, and the story was coming out, and they gave me some copies of the paper. Then I went to Ben Matogo's. He lived in a council flat in Kentish Town in London, for people who know London. Yeah. And I sat on his balcony, it was the summer, and I read out the story aloud.
I enjoyed that moment of you kind of reading the story loud so that this guy can hear it. Yeah.
And then he rang all the Ugandans in England saying, no, make certain you buy the Observer tomorrow. And that actually was something, it was, I think, a kind of turning point in Uganda history in a way, because it changed the narrative from being a fringe bandits. Are they bandits, as Obote says? Are they just a few guys running around in the bush? Actually, no, it's an organized guerrilla army with a vision and a strategy. They're disciplined, they're committed. So the whole perspective on the NRA changed, and externally, not obviously internally, and externally, I think even Ugandans in England, for instance, started becoming much more supportive or believing much more in what was going on. So it was somehow a propaganda turning point for the NRA.
All right. So Ollie, right there, we're going on to a break, and when we come back, William Pike, Mr. William Pike, will be answering about 2 or 3 more questions about his story and what happened, and of course, how did he end up back in Uganda into New Vision, and what happened after New Vision. All right, welcome back to the show. This is XXL Season 4, and of course, on the hot seat, I like to call it, is Mr. William Pike, and we're catching and chatting and talking about the book, The Combatant, a memo of the Bush War and the press in Uganda, written by Mr. William Pike. And William, back in London, sat and read your story loud to Mr. Ben Matogo. And what happened after that? What next for you now?
Well, I got even more involved with NRA, NRM. I was always going to political meetings, talking about being in the bush, meeting people when they came to London, in Babzi, Katagaya, Rugunda, Kivijinja, all those people, plus lots of other Ugandans who are somehow now a bit forgotten. And then, so I also sort of, when I went in '84, I was a journalist, an independent journalist. But to be honest, after 1984 and going to the bush, I became a supporter journalist. Is that
even allowed ethically as a journalist?
No, I think you know, you can have a right-wing journalist who's a supporter of Boris Johnson or Trump. It doesn't mean they write falsehoods. I mean, they can still write professionally, even if they're a sympathizer of Boris Johnson. So I was still professional and accurate, and I did a lot of writing and broadcasting as well, TV and radio, about the Bush War for the next 2 years, well, next year and a half, as the NRA gradually moved towards Kampala. And I remember Katagaya saying to me, if you strangle a snake until it dies, it is just as dead as if you cut its head off. So they were strangling the regime. They didn't move fast. And eventually they captured power in January '86. I'd visited the liberated zone in November, and by that stage, a lot of journalists were visiting them, but I'd also visited. And then after they captured power, my magazine, South, sent me to cover, interview Museveni again, now that he'd captured power and write a story about what was happening. And I remember I left in early February to go back to London. And I remember looking out the window and seeing those big letters Entebbe on the grass bank of the airport, which unfortunately have now been removed, which I think is very sad. But it's like having Hollywood in Los Angeles. Entebbe should still be at the airport on the bank, in my view. So I remember looking at those Entebbe letters and feeling very sad. This is the last time I'm going to see Uganda. It's all over. They don't need me anymore. I've done my part. But then, in about maybe 1 or 2 months later, in about March 1986, I was sitting at my desk in the office of South Magazine, which was a big glass building, tall glass building right next to Trafalgar Square. And a phone goes, and it was Katagaya. And Katagaya said, "The cabinet has just met, and we would like to offer you the job of being editor of our new newspaper, The New Vision. Would you like to do it?" And I said, "Yeah, sure, I would like to do it, but can you give me 24 hours to make a decision?" And then I could tell Katagaya was annoyed that I hadn't said yes immediately, but I needed...
Well, because they felt they owned you now. Right?
Yeah, something like maybe. Yeah. But anyway, to cut a long story short, I was very excited. And I rang back 24 hours later, less than 24 hours, and said, "Okay, I'm really happy, I'll do it." And then I came out, I think twice before in the next few months, and started helping at New Vision. And then in July '84, I started full time at July '86, and started full time at the New Vision. And
this
was
when 1994?
86. So this was, Katagaya rang me 2 months after power, and the cabinet decided to set up a newspaper, which they were calling New Vision. And so,
what happened to the Uganda Argus?
The Uganda Argus collapsed, and then the building is now owned by New Vision, but a new paper was set up called the Uganda Times, I think, which was in a different building to the Uganda Argus. And but that also, young people wouldn't remember, but the nickname was Uganda Sometimes, because it didn't always come out. It was very erratic. The New Vision started using the equipment that had been bought for Uganda Times, Russian equipment. Then I came out and started working. So I worked at New Vision from July 1986 until December 2006. So that was 20 years, almost 20, just over 20 years.
You are credited quite a bit for reshaping the media, particularly the print media or the press in Uganda.
This is a country that's being rebuilt. So the roads were fixed, the electricity was fixed, the water was fixed. So you could say also the media was fixed. So I wouldn't necessarily take credit. It was, I think, I was part of a process that was going on. But I think what is true is that many people thought a government newspaper was doomed to failure, because I was not the first choice to be the editor of the New Vision. The first choice was an NRM leader called Bukulu Mpaji, but he was too sick and he passed away, I think, in 1986. The second choice was Wafula Gutu, at that time the editor of Weekly Topic, later the editor of The Monitor, and later leader of the opposition. And Wafula was asked to be the editor because he'd done a great job with Charles Abo of running the Weekly Topic in 1985 period after the Okello coup, when it was the main independent newspaper. And they asked him to be the editor. He said, no, I can't be the editor. A government newspaper can never succeed in Uganda. I think that shows how things had changed, that a government newspaper could be more popular than a private newspaper. It's actually a lot to do with the government allowing freedom of speech, allowing criticism as well as praise. It was a good time to be a journalist. And right now I'm in Nairobi, in Kenya, where the press is pretty free. But in the 1990s, the Ugandan press was so much freer than the Kenyan press. We actually felt sorry for the Kenyans because Kenyans had to keep their mouths shut, and the media was also muzzled. So it was a very good time to be a journalist, and everything was going up in quality in the media. So it was a privilege to me to be a part of that and to be able to use my professional skills to help build the new vision.
All right, and so probably this is your last or maybe second last question to end this interview. And of course, William will be back on the show. You can be sure of that, because I don't think you're going to get a lot more of this man on the show today, and particularly on this one that we're on right now. So William, let's talk about something that most people don't know how it happens. Living the new vision where you have been for 20 plus years. On that note, by the way, I'll give you a cup of coffee so that you can answer this question quite well.
To give me strength,
yes,
to answer the question.
Answer the question, and perhaps some caffeine if there are some hard parts that needs to be patched together.
A shot in the arm.
Tell me about the new vision, Living. Some critics say that you felt you left when you're not yet ready to leave, or the state stopped listening to you as the editor or as the CEO at the time. What happened?
I think it's true that the president, Museveni, had become dissatisfied with the way New Vision was. Because I always believed that you should, if something's going wrong, put it out there, expose it. Because if you expose something that's wrong, it gives you a chance to fix it. I was still an NRM supporter. I was very invested in the NRM project. So New Vision was still pro-NRM, but it was really a question of how much should you wash dirty linen in public. And because I'm a journalist, and you're a journalist, we journalists always think, put everything in the open. And that's the best for any country. And I think Museveni thought that sometimes, reflects badly and gives a bad image to the country, especially if a foreign head of state is visiting or something. So there were various minor incidents, nothing really major. And so I think in the end he decided it was time for me to go.
When you say he decided it was time for me to go, were you fired, William?
No, I wasn't fired, I resigned. But they told me, Noble Mayombo, for those who remember Brigadier Noble Mayombo, who was the head of intelligence, and also the chairman, military intelligence, but also later the chairman of, he was, I think, the permanent secretary of Ministry of Defense, and also chairman. He was very brilliant, and I really liked him, and I always got on very well with him. And I didn't have any problem with him at all. But when he was appointed chairman of New Vision, that was about a year before I left. I knew things are getting tight. Then we met at the Sheraton. He asked me to go for a meeting at the Sheraton. It's a long story. I tell it in the book. But he said we're going to set up a commission of inquiry into New Vision, because a Belgian journalist who Museveni had asked me to appoint as an editor, who I had appointed as an editor, claimed that she discovered a conspiracy against government inside the New Vision, based on no evidence at all. Actually, she became Elster Timmerman. She became the editor after I left.
Was she just looking after your job?
I think so. I think so. I can't think of another explanation, because her evidence of the conspiracy was that sometimes her stories were cut. But if you're a journalist, your stories are always cut.
Yes, of course.
And Mayombo said, we're setting up a commission of inquiry, and we want you to stand aside while the commission of inquiry is underway. But Noble, do you want me to resign? I mean, I'm happy to resign if you don't want me anymore. Just ask me to resign. I'll resign.
Yes. Don't just look for any other thing.
And then Noble said, really? I said, of course. If you don't want me, why should I struggle to stay? And so, actually, the whole conversation turned. We just discussed how I would resign. I gave 3 months' notice. So that was in September or October. Gave 3 months' notice. Worked my notice. Arranged to hand over to Robert Kabushenga and else. And that was that. But the very important point, Eddie, is that I was not unhappy. Actually, in a way, I was relieved, because being a newspaper editor, as I'm sure Kabushenga knows now, is amazing amount of political pressure, and you're walking a tightrope all the time. Balance this complaint with that necessity. How do you navigate all these treacherous seas?
Yes, I'm actually thinking that there has been a joke in the corridors of Kampala or corners of Kampala, that Robert is always not walking straight. He doesn't know which landmine is going to be.
Yeah, but that was the same. That was the same for me. If you're in that job, and even I'm sure Kalinaki and the guys at Monitor have the same problem. They also have to walk the tightrope. So actually, it was a relief to get off. Plus, the very important thing is that I'd worked at the New Vision for 20 years in the top job. That's a really long time. And I think President Museveni legitimately could have thought maybe another manager can do a better job. I mean, if you own a business, the government owned New Vision to a majority of the shares, any business, you think, maybe I should get another managing director for this business, because maybe we need to go in a new direction or reinvigorate the business. So it's completely legitimate for President Museveni and the government to actually decide, let's get a new manager for the New Vision. I didn't feel, I felt a relief. I didn't have the political pressure anymore. I mean, obviously a bit sad, but not destroyed. And I also thought, fair enough, it's been a privilege to work here for 20 years. I'm not sad. I mean, I was sad that I was leaving, but I'm not angry at all. And actually, it was a chance for a new beginning for myself to do some different things. And it had been a privilege. I was really proud to have worked at New Vision for 20 years. And it had also been a great experience. And it had been a great experience working with Museveni and Mayombo and all those other people. I didn't feel bitter with anyone. I really want that to be understood. Yes, I actually was happy that I had the chance to work with all these people.
Well, and I think that so there was no settling any scores from what I see right now.
No.
And so I spend a lot of time, William, with people in the gym. I like to work out. I like to keep fit. I like to be healthy.
And by the way, everyone should work out and stay healthy. Which I also still try and do.
Yeah, so in my daily walk of gym and stuff like that, I meet up with so many CEOs who are struggling in their offices, in their jobs, and a whole lot of people out there who don't know how to go about it. It's not about money, but so the only time we get free to discuss serious stuff, whether you're a general or or presidential advisor, the moment we get into the steam, everybody loosen up.
Yeah.
Because the heat just this away brings down everybody's.
And you only have a towel on. You don't have clothes. Yes.
For lack of a better word, and so we tend to get free. So we were discussing your book. And by the way, that's the spring or the root of this interview. I met a couple of people.
Yeah, I think the book is over there. Yes. Competence, available in Aristoc and Entebbe Airport Bookshop.
Yes.
And also, I think this cafe, Rosaho, this cafe in Naguru is going to stock it.
Yes. And so somebody said, have you read William Pike's book, a new book? I said, yeah, I did. And it says, is the guy trying to settle scores with the state? Does he feel like the state he once served as, let his hand loose or something? Is there something holding? I said, oh, by the way, that's a good thing. I hadn't thought about it that way, but I'm going to do an interview. I'm going to look for William and just try and do his interview and find out if this book coming at this point of time is actually settling scores. Can you clear that?
It's definitely not settling scores. And as I explained to you at the beginning,
Would you like a sip of coffee again?
No, I'm
Because
fine.
that's a hard one.
I had the manuscript for the first 14 chapters. So the 15th chapter, which was the roundup of how I left New Vision, was just really to put everything in context. It's definitely not settling scores. But actually, as I said earlier, I'm not bitter. I really just felt it was a privilege to be allowed to work at New Vision and to live in Uganda, and actually now to have a Ugandan passport as well. Actually, the motivation was different. The real motivation was, it will be a tragedy if this history is forgotten. Because what the NRA did in the bush was very extraordinary. They captured power without any external support. From 1981 to 1985, they had no external support. Colonel Gaddafi in Libya gave 1,000 guns, which were shared in 1981, which were shared between the NRA and Andrew Kaira and UFM. But that's all the support they got in 5 years. They had no external base. They couldn't run into Kenya or Congo or Sudan for hiding. They were stuck in the middle of Uganda in Luwero. To take power without an external base and without external support, it's actually something Ugandans should be very proud of. They shouldn't think this is just Museveni propaganda. It was actually a very big thing. Only China and Cuba have had successful revolutions that captured state power without external support, that were purely internal. On Twitter, I've had a discussion with someone. He said, no, Nyerere gave guns to the NRA. But Tanzania gave guns to the NRA after July 1985, after the coup that brought Tito and Basilio Okello to power, when it was obvious to any deep analyst that eventually the NRA was going to capture power. So they were only supporting NRA as the government started to crumble and collapse. And NRA would still have captured power without those guns. When Western Uganda, the liberated zone, came up, you could then go in and out of Uganda from Rwanda. They had a rear base. But until that liberated zone was set up, there was no rear base. You couldn't just walk from the guerrilla area into the neighboring country. So that is really historically important and a very amazing achievement. And it's something that shouldn't be forgotten. So that actually was my primary motivation. NRM, the Bush War, or the NRM revolution, or whatever you call it, the roots, the genesis of it should not be forgotten.
So you have heard it from William himself, the author, the writer of the book, that clearly spells out the reason behind the book. I personally think that the book is very okay. I think that you have settled scores in another way, in my opinion, by opening up. There are a lot of books that were written about the NRA war and the Bush War with President Museveni's government and the likes. But much of them were almost leaning towards telling the story of, that pleases the system itself. But your book seems to be otherwise, telling, the story that seems to be more open to different aspects and gives a lot more perspective compared to the rest of the books that we've read. I've read many of the books, and I think many people out there agree with me that your book is quite open. And
what I tried was it's a first-hand eyewitness account.
yes,
So I tried to write it without just saying what I saw, without putting too much interpretation into
yes,
it.
yes. And I think that's a good thing about this book. So you need to go to Aristoc and find this book, or go to Entebbe. Where in Entebbe?
In the airport, in the departure area.
In the departure lounge, you can find.
Entebbe Airport Bookshop.
All right, so you can go to the departure lounge at Entebbe International Airport. You find a copy of the book there, and we just thought about it, bring it closer to you in Naguro at Rosaho. Go there and ask for the copy of the book.
And have a cup of coffee.
And have a cup of coffee as well, like we're having right now with William. So, William, as we wind up this interview, there are young people in this country. You've been in this country long.
Yeah.
You narrate the story that I myself am amazed of. I wasn't there, I wish I was there to witness. But our story in Uganda today as young people is very little belief in the young people. Unfortunately, by our elders, both in the system and those who are not in the system. And you are now an elder in our society. What is your best advice to the elders and to the young people? How do we do it? How did you do it?
I think Rome was not built in a day. It takes a long time to build a society.
There, William. When you say it is a very difficult question, how old is your son?
My son is 28.
Yeah, so your son falls within our age group. Do you want to say it's difficult for you to tell him?
No, but you see, anyway, my son he's now working in America, so he has, there's jobs available. There's a shortage of jobs in Uganda. I don't know what the solution is. If I was running the government, I would like to see a much bigger investment in education, health services and agriculture, to the exclusion of many, like prioritize those things to the maximum. And then for young people, I think young people should, this may be too late for some people, but for people who are still at school, get technical training, get technical skills, practical skills. Because management jobs and white collar jobs, there's not enough of them. So get trained as an electrician. I just had to pay this morning $1 million shillings to an electrician to fix something. And he looked...
At your house?
Yeah. So the guy, he looks quite, he's a nice guy, but but he's prosperous, he's fat, but he's a technical guy. He was wearing an electrician's yellow jacket. So I think you can do better very often if you have practical skills. And I'm actually, one thing that makes me happy about Kabushenga is the way he's with his farm. He's promoting agriculture as a way to make a good living as well. So for young people, I think keep on struggling. But then I think for young people, as a word of caution, I understand why young people always want to struggle for justice and a better world. But think the grass is not always greener on the other side of the hill. Sometimes it is,
yes,
but very often it's not.
Yes, but was that the same during your time?
Oh, when I was growing up as a young man?
Yeah,
but you see, you also have to remember I grew up in, but my father was a colonial officer, and then we were in England. My father was middle class. So I always had a privileged upbringing and good education. Hadn't started off as a middle class person with a few extra resources. I probably wouldn't have got where I was today. So I'm privileged in that respect. I understand what a struggle it is for young people here. Although the young people should make perhaps a bigger effort to understand what the government is capable of doing and what it's not capable of doing.
Okay. So in other words, you're saying that be wise, don't just wait for government to do everything for you.
Yeah.
You have got to go out there and do something for yourself. That's what you're saying.
Yes, but then government should also see how it can help, in which way.
All right, so two last question. There is a man who speaks very highly of you. And you speak very nicely of how and where New Vision is today. But there's a guy called Joseph Caboletta, who every time something goes wrong, we all see New Vision is prone to making certain very, open mistakes that you wouldn't see during the time of Mr. William Pike, New Vision. And every time such comes out, Caboletta always hit hard and say, the legacy of William Pike is dead. What do you have to say about that?
What I think is
that you're just a fanatic?
No, I think what's happened to all newspapers in the world is that the digital revolution has massively reduced advertising revenue. And whereas in the old days you could have a big desk of sub-editors doing corrections, making certain the story is perfect, you could afford to pay top salaries to the best writers. Now, newspapers all over the world have economized, and actually not necessarily in the New York Times, but in many regional newspapers in Europe or America, you'll find spelling mistakes and errors because newspapers are having to downsize their staffs and they're struggling, really. Even the Star, the newspaper I work on in Nairobi, there's been a lot of downsizing of staff numbers, and it's really a challenge to produce a quality newspaper under those conditions. So I think that's not so much to do with me, Mr. Caboletta, as to do with the changing economic environment of newspapers.
Okay, I needed that to be cleared so that you have heard it from William Pike. And William, what's your parting shot if you were to advise the president? By the president, I mean your very good former friend, still present friend, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and of course everyone in government who are your contemporaries. What would be the one statement of advice that you think will change the world in Uganda?
Well, if we go back to the beginning of the NRM period in Uganda, I remember the masthead of the New Vision. It said the New Vision on top, and underneath it said, "For a better Uganda." So the first thing is, whenever and people in that period, the 86, 95 period, that first 10 years, people were really struggling to rebuild the country and a lot of personal sacrifice and a lot of personal effort. Let's see if we can stick to that, always be asking ourselves, is this what we're doing now, is that for a better Uganda? And then secondly, there was also a principle that Museveni introduced in the Bush War, that a junior soldier, private, could openly criticize an officer without getting into trouble, as long as he did it in public, in good faith, not as backbiting or fitina. That was called the principle of constructive criticism. Let's also not forget that principle of constructive criticism. Let's have open debate about whether something is good or bad for the country, and without fear or favor, and let's accept criticism if we're in a position of power as well.
All right. And William, assuming today your old friend decides to say he's fond of calling his old friends back into the system, recently called Mr. Kivizinja back to government, and he's now riding on a 2016 Mercedes-Benz. If the call comes today and say, William, need you back to service, what will happen? Would you leave the Star?
You know, I'm 67 years old now, and my thoughts have turned to retirement, not to staying on a ranch with longhorn and Kole cattle, but what I would like to do is, I like painting, so I'd like to do less work and do more painting.
All right. And so you, in other words, you're saying you won't take up the job?
I would prefer to do my painting. So I think most probably not.
Yes. So if you are, so would you paint for us a picture of Yoweri Kaguta Museveni right now as you head towards your retirement? If you give you a brush.
My painting style would take a bit more time than that. I'm not a cartoonist.
Yes.
But yeah, sure. One day I could paint you a picture.
Yes. All right.
Museveni.
Great. So you have heard it from William. So what is that one parting shot that if I see this interview, you'll make me laugh, and I will remember you for the rest of my life if I'm watching this program?
No, I don't think I have a parting shot. But let me just say, oh Uganda, may God uphold thee.
All right. Thank you very much. You've heard it from Mr. William Pike. The book is at Aristoc, and you can find it at the Entebbe Departure Lounge and as well as at Rosaho in Naguru. Make the booking. I can tell you that that book is not anywhere at the moment. It's finished. I am told and privileged that there's about 150 copies coming to Uganda. I don't know if you can get yourself a hold of one of them. Otherwise, keep it XXL. It's been a great pleasure speaking to you, William, and I look forward to bringing William back to the show. He's still a strong man, but he's refusing to take the appointment. and we're told, by the way, that President Museveni said he's going to make a memo on your book. Somebody told me this is true.
That's what he rang me to say he liked the book and he was going to make some notes and then call me to discuss it with him. And so, I look forward to that.
So this time you didn't disagree like you always argue and agree?
No. I think he liked the book. That's the good thing.
All right. So we will bring William back here if we hear that President Museveni has actually called and met with William. I would like to know what the two old friends have talked about. 40 years old, meeting 32, and now you're 65?
67.
67 versus 74, 75?
Yes.
Yeah, I would like to hear how that conversation goes. Otherwise, thank you very much for being part of the show. Looking forward to catching up with you. This is the book review, and next we will be talking to William about retirement and how he will paint the picture of Uganda and his former friend. Next week, same time, same place. God bless. It is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila. Welcome to the next session and season of the CEO Bench right out of Kampala to the rest of the world. It's a 45 minutes of a bumpy ride with the CEOs, those who are on the top, those who are rising to the top, and those who are coming down from the top. What is it like to be a CEO? What is it like to lead yourself to a certain degree of respect in our society today? Today on the program, my guest is a man who has been around for a long time. The man who speaks and breathes marketing. In fact, it is believed that marketing was injected in him from birth. Ladies and gentlemen, with no further ado, is Mr. William Kalombo. Kalombo is a fellow of Nairobi University and a marketer by profession. He is also the convener of the famous Marketers Night Out in East Africa. He is the great publisher of the marketing publication magazine across Africa, the greatest that we have springing out of East Africa. He's on the program today to share the journey of who is William Kalombo as the CEO of Marketing Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kalombo, welcome to the show. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine, just a bit scandalized with all these lights on my face. I'm not used to it. First and foremost, thank you for risking to trust that I can have any value for your listeners. That's my disclaimer. Yeah. So at the end of the day, if they do not harvest anything, I think they should shoot you, not me, because I did not invite myself. But thank you all the same. I'm Kalombo William, as you said correctly. I am a marketing by profession. I breathe and inspire marketing in everybody that I talk to and I meet.
Wow. Now, that said, William, I want to just take you down to, you know, the CEO bench is all about marketing, rather leadership, and leadership at self, leadership at change and management of change, and leadership at an individual level of William Kalombo. We want to just dig down and know who is William Kalombo first.
As I said, I am a marketing person. I publish Marketing Africa magazine for many years down the line. We do a lot of professional networking events across the region, as you mentioned. And yeah, that's all.
We want to just go back to Kalombo as a child. Where do you come from? Are you African? Are you Kenyan? Are you Ugandan? You say you published across the region. We want to know from you.
I'm a Kenyan from Kakamega in Western Kenya, former Western Kenya. Now there are counties in Kenya, but domiciled mostly in Nairobi with a regional feel, because I'm Ugandan heavily, I'm Tanzanian heavily in trade, but I am a Kenyan and African in spirit.
Let's talk about Kalombo as a child.
I don't remember. I wasn't able to connect at that time. I think that one my mother can tell you very well. Eh? Yes.
So in Africa, when you were growing up, we want to collect the story of how we started our life from a journey of being a child to adulthood. Growing up in Kakamega, what was it like, and where did you see yourself when you were growing up?
I never saw myself far. After school, of course, every child's interest was to finish high school, go to university, get a job, and move on like that. But my journey was interesting. After I chaired the Marketing Students Association of Nairobi University, I got an urge to run my own kiosk. So immediately we finished college. I think I worked for about 1 year. Then I started my own business. We were doing BTL stuff for many corporates across the region again at that time. So I can say I have worked in a formal setup for not more than 12 months since I left university.
And you became independent. Where do you draw your inspiration from, Mr. Kalombo? For people who are watching you from all across the region, I'm very certain many of my friends in Kenya who are in the marketing space would want to know who is really deeply Kalombo. You've never shared this story before, but where do you draw your inspiration from?
My inspiration is a function of the fear of failure. Just imagining that what you are structuring is going to collapse on you keeps me awake every other minute.
When you say the inspiration of fear of failing keeps you awake all the time, I mean, what is the backbone of that fear? Did you fail before? What happened? How did you reach to that point of saying, I cannot fail?
I have successfully failed on very many occasions. What pricks me is when I fail without planning. Not that I plan to fail. What I mean is, if I have a project, for instance, I do every available thing to make sure the plans, upfront plans, are working. In such scenarios, when I fail, as it has happened many times, I don't die. I just move on. I pick the pieces and move on. What makes me sad is occasionally you have done poor planning to a project, then you have regrets. But when I fail and everything was nicely planned for, I have zero regret. I just pick up and move on. Because remember one thing, when you're doing a project, there's no way you can plan your own project failure. It cannot work.
William, thank you very much for that. We want to dive deeply into the part of leadership. This show looks at leaders who are on a journey to the top, those who are already at the top, and those who are coming down from the top to retirement. We want to know, what was the journey like climbing to the top? When you reach to the top, you have to come down from the top to retirement. what lessons do we pick from people like you? You are a CEO of Marketing Africa Limited, a company you founded. We've just understood from you this program right now that you were only able to work informal, being employed for 12, not more than 12 months, and you started this company and it's been running. You lead a team of people, Marketing Africa. We want to know from you, in your own words, what is leadership to you?
Perhaps we need to demystify the word leadership. I have some weird perspectives on the terminology itself. Oui. And I know that in my own private engagements, I talk about mostly the curse of leadership in Africa. But we need to understand, and this I'll take it back to when we were in college, the drilling that was infused in us as students of commerce marketing was that we were prepared to become managers after college. So we learned all these big words about management, about leadership, about BCom. But when you came out of college, you were not a manager. All the training was structured to make us imagine that we'll become managers. So we came out of college and you find that some people will never hold the title of manager across their life, which then creates opportunity for you to start feeling low, you lose your motivation. Yes, so you can be a sales rep all your life, yet the training was that you'll be a manager, you get it. So I think then that we need to rethink what leadership is. You must know that not everybody will become a CEO of anywhere. So remember that the most powerful thing is that you already are a CEO of yourself. That should drive you. Yes, at individual level, you are your own personal CEO. So then it should not kill you that you are not CEO of Marketing Africa, you are not CEO of Talent Uganda.
On that note, William, you raise a very interesting perspective. Having understood leadership from your point of perspective and your point of view, what would you term as self-leadership? Because what you're talking about requires a person to get to a certain degree of understanding of self, to pick self, to give self meaning. You pick self, your own self, and gave it a meaning. And today we're here with Kalombo leading a team of people across the region. In your view, what is self-leadership?
Self-leadership is a function of focus on your personal brand. I've seen many people are known because they work for certain companies. I've seen them attract a lot of interest because of the brand they work for. When that opportunity lapses, they get completely lost in the world. Nobody knows them. So it is very dangerous for you to position yourself as that guy, director in Marketing Africa. And when tomorrow Marketing Africa is not there, you are not known for anything. That's why in every other forum, I keep telling people, the only brand that will not leave you in any stage, that will not drop you across your life, is your personal brand. So in everything you do, you must always invest in your personal brand. And remember one thing, if your personal brand is powerful, wherever you are sitting, wherever you are working, you will deliver that value to that brand as well. But to get lost and high on the fact that, oh, I'm a boss in this particular company, it's for today. Tomorrow when you leave, what happens to you? I think the driver every other minute should be, what happens to me if I leave this seat today? Will people still recognize me? Will people still respect me?
Wow. Well, thank you very much, William. We're going to take a break. And when we come back, we'll be talking to Mr. William Kalombo further about the journey of being a marketer and the journey of marketing. Who is a marketer? What profession does one need to become a marketer? How do we move in the world that is changing so rapidly fast? And if you are a marketer, what lesson do you pick from the CEO of Marketing Africa? Stay right there. The CEO bench will be right back after this break.
Engineered in the heart of the pearl, one face, four perspectives. embracing a hip urban and dynamic community, keeping dibs on the constantly evolving African scene, fanning the hottest talent in Uganda and beyond, inspiring beautiful minds across the world, literally changing the game on television. This is XXL TV Show Season 4. Go big or go home. Otherwise, be inspired.
Young people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
My name is Dr. Jinpo Olowo. Thank you for watching House of Talent television. I love to inspire people. I love to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? You know, change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us at SEAL Uganda on number 0772443085 or check our website www.sealuganda.com or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up or Facebook, that is Jinpo Olowo, on Instagram, Jinpo Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
Welcome back to the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okila. The CEO Bench is a one-hour program springing out of Uganda to the rest of the world, giving people an insight into the life of a CEO, either when they're retiring or when they are going up or when they're on the top. What is the journey like for a CEO? How does one get there? Today on the program, we have the CEO of Marketing Africa, Mr. William Kalombo, a seasoned marketer, a great thinker of marketing, breathes and thinks marketing even when he's sleeping. Mr. Kalombo, welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
Marketing in itself is something that most people don't understand very well. But you are a marketing professional and a CEO of a marketing company that is leading in East Africa. William, in your view, what is marketing, first of all?
It's the art of identifying consumer needs and delivering on them, even beyond them, at a profit to the owner of the brand.
William, I want to take you straight to some of the questions we designed for you today, which should be able to give us an understanding of a CEO befitting of a marketing company, but also as a viewer, what do I want to pick from a man who is on the top? You've been on this journey for a while. I want you to start by telling us, how did you think about starting Marketing Africa? What was the inspiration behind it? And what is Marketing Africa all about as a company?
When I was at the university, we had a publication. It was called the Marketing Review. And we were able to publish that magazine and get 18 full-page adverts at that time, which was a first. I've never seen it up to today. And we made a lot of money from the magazine. At the same time, we were running events as an association. We had an event every week for the 12 months that I led the association. We had industry tours. The most popular, of course, was to the brewery, which was happening every Thursday. So we grew the association to such a level that even the watchmen in the compound wanted to be members of the association, because we had so many functions. We were giving a lot of giveaways. We started at that point a canteen. It took me about 4 months to get approvals from the VC to get this canteen. And through the support of my patron, Professor Francis Kibera, the resistance from the university was because they were not understanding what we want to use the canteen for. But what we were looking at that point was to get a laboratory-like scenario where students of business can come and try out the theories that we pick up from the classrooms. When we launched that canteen, I think we had about 1,000 people in Lower Kabete campus of the University of Nairobi. And we did one of the biggest Guinness promotions ever done up to today, where a lot of prizes were on the giveaway, on the list. It was a scenario where even saved people were participating in the activity because we had to buy a drink, get a voucher, and then get a raffle. Even saved people, you call them Mologol, I think, were participating in this scenario, so they win a prize and leave that beer there. So we started at that point. After university, I told you I worked for 12 months. Then I started a company that was doing below-the-line activities. So we are doing...
That's what we call in marketing BTL?
BTL, yes. So we did that for a while. And then I made a suicidal move to imagine that I can publish a magazine. Since I had done a very successful one in the university, I thought I can do it now commercially. So I set shop to do a magazine. And one of my board members, he gave us the magazine to do for the society. And that magazine had died. They had, the last 3 years, I think, they did 4 issues, 3 issues, 1 issue, then 0 issue. So we picked a dead publication, reawakened it, and it hit the highway. It was called Sokoni. When it picked...
I was a big reader of Sokoni Africa.
Yes, when it picked... some people, out of their own wisdom, imagine that they can micromanage us and extinguish us and take away the project and give it to somebody else.
As always in Africa?
Which they did. So they took away the magazine from us on the claim that we didn't have a contract. So we were fired, literally. So we had publication knowledge, but we had no publication to do. That's how now Sokoni Africa was born. So we started doing Sokoni Africa, and the MSK sued us. They said, you can't use our name. You have to drop the name, look for your own name. So they took us to court, and we were in court for about 9 months. Within that window, we were able to publish, I think, 3 issues of Sokoni Africa. The courts ruled that until we clear the full case, the case is completely hard, we can't use the name. That week was, I think, the worst week we ever had in our office. And I remember our lawyer is called Mereka. He's a senior counsel in Kenya. We were in the same building. He came down and found everybody happy and jumpy, and he asked, "You guys, we just lost the case. What is happening to you?" We said we are fine. We said we are fine. So what happened a week after the court banned us from using Sokoni Africa, we launched Marketing Africa, which is Sokoni Africa in English.
Okay, just hold it right there and send that comment, because Kalombo has just hit something very interesting.
Yes, so that's how we launched the magazine.
So did they take you back to court this time around?
It is Marketing Africa, it's not Sokoni anymore. So there was no brand infringement anymore. So we were safe that way. Then we moved on like that. It hasn't been easy. Even Sokoni itself, when we started the magazine, I told you, when we were in university, I think we got a lot of favors and sympathy from the corporate. In the commercial space, it was very hard to sell space, because magazine, what drives a magazine is space, selling the adverts. And my imagination was that we will start this magazine. After the first issue, it will finance the next issue. I can tell you, it is the magazine, Sokoni, that collapsed my below-the-line business, because I got my first payment on the 6th magazine.
Wow. Wow. William, this whole story that you're talking about as a CEO of the great Marketing Africa Limited we see today, what does that remind you of in that journey? And by the way, were you the CEO? At what point did you become the team leader? Because I imagine that you had a group of people you're working with and you started together. How did you make it to become the CEO with all of that story? Is it because you won the case by losing it and winning it by starting Marketing Africa?
It's another issue. The question you raise touches on partnerships. You have social partnerships that have successfully collapsed in relationships. You have corporate partnerships that have collapsed. The irony is that you cannot become a multinational or a very big brand without partnerships. But on the flip side, a lot of the partners we pick them up emotively. And they end up collapsing you or slowing down your speed or vision or compromising it. The biggest trouble for businessmen is that you look at things, they tell us you must be passionate about what you do. If you look at every other passionate person, let me talk about relationships. The minute you are passionate with something, with a woman, with a man, you lose the ability to look at things objectively. From my world, I tell everybody, please try to be objective. Because when you are passionate, your eyes are completely blinded. You will never be objective. You can't pull back and say, this thing is flopping, can I leave it? We must accept the fact that business will collapse. If your passion is in there and it collapses, you are gone. You have one life. In a lifespan, you can run 10 different businesses. We've seen people who thought their biggest line is manufacturing. They end up becoming the best musicians. You can pivot, isn't it? So we should divorce from this idiocracy that passion must be my driver in anything I do.
I'd rather be more objective in everything we do. Wow, you are tuned to the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, of course, with Mr. Kalombo, the CEO of Marketing Africa. And we would like to hear from you. Send your kisses and disses coming. If you have a question for Mr. Kalombo, we'll definitely answer it on the show, either on the comment section of the program. And of course, share it far and wide. Make sure it gets to your grandmother, your grandfather, your cousins, your nephews. We're not leaving anyone behind in Africa, particularly when we're talking about a very serious topic on leadership and marketing of Africa. And we're going to dive a little bit deeper into that with William. William, that said and done, the story of Marketing Africa is very compelling to hear where you're coming from. My question is, what is your view on sponsorship marketing in this part of the world that we're in as a CEO?
I think is the most convoluted space you can ever think of. There's a lot of gray areas in that space. And the biggest problem are the players themselves. The people who own brands are a very big part of the problem, in the sense that if you are looking for sponsorship, say for a particular event, you surrender the power of owning that baby to the sponsor, when all you are relying on is a sponsor for the event to happen. If you have a baby and you are my neighbor, I have a baby as well, they are going to the same school. If they go together to that school, it means there's familiarity, they are at home, nobody can bully them, you get it. So they are happy together. If your baby has malaria and can't afford to go to school, should mine stay home as well?
Certainly not.
We've positioned our events, our sponsorships to look like, if Eddie cannot sponsor me, I can't do this function. So we are coming up with glossy ideas instead of coming up with what can work and scale it up. I'm talking to the person looking for sponsorship. Yeah. Don't overdream. Don't come up with what cannot work. Start small, scale it up. If the sponsors you are targeting are aware that without them you cannot move, they will not give you that money.
Wow.
Or if they know that your project will continue with or without your support, their support, you shall dictate the terms. So we need to be sober enough and arrange things that can run without any injection. Yeah. If you do events like Marketers Night, for instance,
yeah.
Our key revenue stream for Marketers Nights is the ticket sale. So we look at the ticket sale and say, this particular event, if you have a budget and you cannot fully finance it from ticket sales, it is an unhealthy event. So we try as much as possible to make sure that we break even on ticket sales, so that then if you attract any sponsorship, it's an additive to the promise, then you can add in a few more things in terms of experience to the people coming. Wow. But the bigger disease is the client themselves. You have people who I'll easily call brand rapists. I'll explain.
Yes.
In value buying,
yes,
the brand custodian is one who takes care of the brand. Yeah. So much so that, assume the brand is your baby. Brands are our babies. If this brand has diarrhea, has malaria, how are you treating the baby? Isn't it? Are you rushing to hospital, checking the temperatures, giving them food, making sure they are warm? Are you getting it? But a lot of us are brand rapists, in the sense that we are in the brand for personal gains. We don't care about the brand value. We are killing our brands.
You've had that coming from Mr. Kalombo, and we're going to take another break. And when we come back, Mr. Kalombo will dig deep into the question of marketing, and we want to understand the idea of change management in that space. The post-COVID-19 situation in Africa that affected many businesses across the world. How was Marketing Africa Limited, that holds some of the big events across the region of East Africa, able to pull things through? Stay right there. The CEO Bench will be right back after this break. Irene, being the very first person in Uganda, earlier on when we were talking to you, you became the first employee of Diwala in Uganda. I mean, what does that make you feel like, being the first leader of a new innovation happening in Uganda? What experience has it given you so far?
It's a very humbling experience. And I always thank the team at Diwala for giving me the opportunity, because I can tell you when they met me, it was about 3 years ago, but you know, just chatting about, you know, what technology is in Uganda, how it can be applied to the education sector. It wasn't really, I could say, an interview. It was more me trying to give people some data and some information. And my CEO tells me that from that point, she felt like, you know, I could be part of that team. And I can tell you, I had zero knowledge about what blockchain technology is. And
yet here you are now talking
zero technology. And you know, now getting into Diwala and understanding what they do and understanding why they do it, which is very important. You know, it is important to know the reason behind your why. Like, why are you doing something? And, you know, understanding it and understanding its impact and understanding what blockchain technology can do, how it can improve our lives. It's really been a great journey learning from them. It's, first of all, a humbling experience that I'm part of that team. It's a humbling experience that I'm given the opportunity to learn. Very rarely do people take a chance on you. And yes, I have skills, but I believe I'm continuously growing. I am still being beaten here and there. And it's humbling, and I'm excited to be part of that team. I'm excited to introduce the technology to all the people I know, my networks. And all I can say is that a lot is coming.
Fitness Junction would love to thank you for your continued support and patience during these trying times. With the ongoing pandemic, we have come up with different standards of operation that can keep you safe and keep us safe. Come have a quick tour with me.
My name is David Okwi, and I'm the shop manager here at Oduka. Our vision is really to bring technology closer to the people, closer to you, tech that you can afford, tech that lasts, tech that is durable, and tech that you can use to simplify your life. My inspiration behind starting Oduka came from the fact that I've been blogging or writing about tech for the past 10 years. But the stuff that I've been writing about has not been locally available in the market. So what we did is, let's bring this technology to the people. So we really had to start a store, an actual store that you can order today and then have the product delivered to you tomorrow. So currently we launched with mobile accessories. Think a car phone charger, car phone mount, iPhone charger, micro USB, Type-C, charging accessories like this power extension here with 4 ports that you can use to charge your phone, as well as the other ports for appliances. We test our products and make sure that they're up to standard. We vet our suppliers. We don't just get any supplier. Other than the fact that COVID-19 has forced you to sell online, there are very many advantages why you should do that. One of the advantages is the convenience that you're bringing to your customers. 2 is that you have a wide market that expands beyond your working clients. We intend to grow, to bring more tech, to bring tech to the everyday user out there, and to bring really good tech. In order to do that, we intend to scale our product categories and to also cement our position as a leader in electronic products.
Young people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes. Welcome back from that break. My name is Eddie Okela, and this is the CEO Bench, where we're talking to Mr. Kalombo from Nairobi, Kenya, the man who is oiling and planting seeds of marketing across the region of East Africa and, of course, springing out to the rest of Africa. If you're a marketer out there, this is probably the best interview for you to look forward to and share it far and wide so that we don't leave anyone out. William has talked about repping brands. Are you one of those people who are a rapist in our region? Can you repent of your sins? Welcome back, William, to the program.
Thank you.
William, very interesting choice of word that you used there. I know you explained it already. We're going down to a moment when we want to talk about something very interesting. One, do you think that brands have optimally utilized the event space across the region, across Africa, and across the world? Do you think that we have optimally utilized that space?
A few brands have got it correct. Some brands have had a lot of misses. And the misses is because the people on the brand side do not respect the hustle of the event owners. So severally, they look down upon you people in the event space and they don't take you serious. You have scenarios where you are planning an event 6 months down the road and brands are coming on board a day to the function. And they're all over your space trying to dictate things last minute. The idea for creating calendars for events is so that you can have everything oiled out in good time. So events are getting affected because we have very poor respect from some people on the brand side. They need to change and respect the hustle and come on board. If these forums, if these vehicles are not working, where will your brand tell their stories? It is in the interest of the big brands that as many events, as many vehicles are working in the ecosystem you're in, so that you are able to utilize them to tell your story.
Yeah. William, that said, in today's rapidly changing world, learning to lead our organization to read the turbulence that is brought about by the change in either technology, in our thinking space, in the way we look at money and entrepreneurship and investment and saving, is beginning to require that one needs to be critically aware of certain things that are very, very factual. My question to you is, in your view, what is ailing the marketing profession as a CEO?
Today, the biggest enemy to the marketing profession are the people who claim to be marketers. The people who occupy marketing offices. If you look at the finance guys, for instance, after the first degree, they are continuously learning. If you look at a lot of marketing people, immediately they finish that job, they get that big job with a big car, they feel like they have reached. So they don't invest in continuous learning. We need to relook at that, respect the fact that some critical knowledge you may have today could easily be obsolete by tomorrow. So it's in your interest that you continuously are available to keep learning so that you can sharpen your story.
Yeah.
I've seen situations where you have, say, a marketer's night, which is a learning forum, powerful learning forum. And because I, the boss, am not available, my whole department will not come because I'm not available. It means then you have closed the window for your own team to come out and learn. What is bedeviling the profession starts from university. In my days, a class of 400 people, half the guys were doing marketing. Today, I'm told by my professor friends, in a class of 400, you'll find maybe 15 are doing marketing. The unfortunate thing is that the other one doing insurance or finance, at the end of the degree course, they're coming back to the professor and asking for marketing jobs. The whole profession has porous. It's been water-washed. Everybody's claiming to be marketing. Everybody's claiming to do marketing, and it's not protected. In Kenya today, we are benchmarking the Nigerian Institute of Marketing, where we are going to launch a code of practice for marketers so that not every other lay-by character is claiming to be a marketing person. That then gives you a minimum number of CPDs to achieve every month. So it will force everybody now to go back to supporting the events you do to acquire those things. By the end of the year, you must have a minimum. The accountants are doing it.
Yes. Lawyers are doing it.
Lawyers are doing it. Now HRM is doing it. Yes.
And even medical professionals are doing it now.
Yes.
Wow. So that said, William, do you think that the marketing profession is endangered? Are we the endangered species? Are we our own worst enemy?
Marketing as a profession is the force behind business, and it will be for ages.
Yeah.
But the current players in the space are endangered species.
So from a CEO seat where you sit, you think that we are our very own worst enemy?
The biggest enemy to marketing is the marketing person, those who claim to be in marketing. We don't support anything marketing. Because you are in a big house, you don't look out to see what other people are doing. You get it?
Yeah. That right there is coming out from Mr. William Kalombo, who is the CEO of Marketing Africa. What is your thought? Do you think that you are your own worst enemy as a marketer? Are you the one endangering your own life? Are you strangling yourself because you're not going out to look for information? or because you have stopped thinking and abdicated the duty of thinking to others. That's why the marketers are being suffocated, right? Share your comment right down there on the comment section and ask questions to Mr. William Kalombo. He will definitely be able to respond to all these questions. And of course, we will be able to give you some tips, 1, 2, 3, 4 things that you need to do. But most importantly, Mr. Kalombo, as a practitioner of marketing, is definitely going to be able to answer your question. And it doesn't matter where you are. You've heard what Kenya is trying to do at the moment of bringing the code of conduct. What are you trying to do to get back in line? William, I love what you have said. I want to take you to this part that you've started doing and has been. In Europe, there's a lot of publication about marketing and a lot of marketing publications. In Africa, in North Africa, there are quite a number of them. In South Africa, South countries are quite a number of them. In East Africa, you pioneered something that has now become a brand name. And you published Marketing Africa magazine, one of the leading professional publications that we have in the region today. Would you like to tell us a little bit more about this and the challenges that you're facing as a publisher in general, publishing marketing content?
Publishing is a challenging space. Yeah. And one of the biggest reasons for failures of people who tried out publishing is because I come out as, say, a serious business editor in one of the leading publications or media houses, and I imagine that I can publish my own. So you're finding people trying to do a publication and they are writing 50 articles by themselves. Publishing is a full business. You have to look at it with all the variables that affect a business. If we don't look at it like that, then it cannot cut. 1. 2, people are still in the old age where you still want to do hard copies. We do hard copies, by the way, for the Nairobi market and those who advertise. But you reached a situation where you have a digital space which gives you wide leeway to publish whatever you want. But a lot of us are lazy. To publish a successful digital magazine, you must first and foremost be in data collection. In fact, your business is data collection. Yeah. Because if you published a magazine and you're calling it digital, who are you locomoting it to? So we are lazy. We don't want to invest in data collection. And I can tell you, anyone can publish a digital magazine that can become very big, that can become very valuable. Ours is interactive. And we went digital in 2014, long before COVID. Long before COVID, because we had challenges at that time. Okay. You're printing 15,000 hard copies. Cost of print is high. Cost of delivery is high. When you are bringing to Kampala like 3,000-4,000 copies, we deliver the magazines here. Our contact here delivers half of them, dumps the rest in the office. It became very costly. So we chose to look for ways to cut through this problem. And that's how we went digital. On JOMAG. And we're the biggest JOMAG publishers in Africa. Wow. So when we went to JOMAG, it took us more than 2 years for people to acclimatize to the digital magazine. But we hit cruise level before COVID. Okay. So by COVID time, we felt nothing. When they were saying now you can't distribute magazines, they can be source of infection, we are distributing ours at a button. We felt completely nothing. In fact, our advertising revenue grew during COVID. Yeah. And the readership has also spiked after COVID. Yeah.
Wow. That said, William, is the interference between marketing industry and the institution churning out budding marketers healthy? Is it healthy?
The interface is very poor. During my days, for instance, we had managers in serious corporates, BAT Kenya, Kenya Breweries, Nation Media, coming to our college to sit on my board. When you are closing for vacation 3-4 months, they used to take 600 students to go work and they pay them. Today's manager is too busy for the guy in college. We are not creating time for the students, yet we are blaming them for not catching up or doing the things the right way. So I think we need to calm down, create more time for these students. We used to do parties in our college where you have managers coming in. We used to have so many sessions where industry is coming to speak to students about different careers on very regular basis. We need to come back and talk to our students. It is the only way we can groom them to be the next generation leaders.
That said, William, I want to take you to a question which is interesting. William, on that part that you talked about, I want to take you to a level of change management as we move towards the closure of this interview today. We run job adverts in our publications and we look for people who have 15 years, 3 years, 4 years of experience when we want them to come into the job. But like you've said, many of these young people coming out from the universities don't have opportunity to work. How do we bridge the gap between the job adverts that go out looking for 5 years experience, 3 years experience, but I've just come from the university. I've never interacted with any brand out there, and the brand is only looking for people with experience. How do we bridge this gap going forward, in your view as a CEO?
We should bring that down and just hire people who are willing to work, people who are willing to learn on the job. All of us, what we do today, we didn't know, so you get to learn on the job. So long as they have the correct attitude and you are doing a professional onboarding, let's collapse that so that we are able to give our youngsters the window to come and learn on the job.
My next question is about change and management of change. COVID-19 came in and rocked the boat. Some of our organizational companies in Africa closed. Many corporate companies across the world closed. The marketing profession suffered a deep down, and many did not know how to manage change. You are a CEO of a big corporation now by our standard in East Africa and across the region. What is your understanding of change management, and which principles do you always apply when moving out? Say, for example, as a CEO, if you're moving out, if you're a brand, how do you move out? If you're now changing the relationship, you've been funding Marketing Africa for some time, you decide that you want to now leave Marketing Africa. What principle do you use to make that decision? 2, and how do you communicate, or how does one communicate, as well as how do they manage the change and address the problems that they have that is making them leave to go to the next level? We've seen brands, for example, saying we're parting ways with House of Talent, we're parting ways with Marketing Africa, and they don't say why they are parting ways with Marketing Africa. They just say we leave. Some of them are down to individuals, others are down to the fact that the value are not shared properly, and not everyone finds this part very easy. You are a CEO.
Are you saying change management?
Yes.
Or being dropped as a client or losing accounts?
All of that is part of change management, because when you're being dropped as a client, there's a problem.
Yes.
And when you're a CEO, you are changing position to go to the next one, is also a problem. How do you manage change?
When you are losing accounts, it should be an occasion for learning. There must be a critical reason why you are losing it.
Okay.
In some occasions, you find that somebody is dropping you because they have got their own preferred supplier or something like that. Some others could be malicious with you. They are not happy with how you are doing things. They are jealous, so they may drop you because of that. You shouldn't die. That you are dropped should take you back to the kitchen, to look at your own story and see, did I fail in my promise to the client? And a lot of times our promise to the client is punctured from the beginning. It's punctured in the sense that I get into relationship with you as my account, but we don't state clearly what are the deliverables in black and white. So when we start the journey, you start getting now gray areas popping in, and you don't have proper accountability systems on your deliverables. So from the word go, if you're engaging a client, clearly agree on the deliverables, where you can both monitor the progress as you walk the journey.
Wow.
You will be fired even when you are doing the best of jobs. So it should not kill you, and that's why I talked about passion earlier on.
Yes.
Yes, just go back. If you made the mistake yourself, then polish up your story. If the client fired you because of their own issues, they keep moving, isn't it?
Well,
but change management itself is a very big problem in a lot of corporates, even in our own lives.
Yeah.
When you find that the things you are used to are shifting, the boyfriend you had is moving on to another side. The girlfriend you had now has got better, handsome looking guys with fat pockets. It will hit you. What must drive you is that you have to pick yourself up and keep walking. Because the fact that I messed you up should not make you die. You dying will not kill me. Just remember that. If you die, it is you dying. I'll continue moving on.
William, we're going to bring this interview to a close. Like they say, every good thing must come to an end. You are a CEO, all right? And the journey of being an entrepreneur is not an easy one for most people in Africa, at least. The fact that we don't have very many structures that support entrepreneurship. Your journey is one of a testament that when you started the university, there were so many people supporting you. When you came out, it was now real fire, that you have to survive. You are out of university. Nobody looking at you as a student who they can take advantage of. Now you are starting the journey. So my question is, the entrepreneurial journey has been a very slippery one for many people. And in my view, many people have gone down the drainage without knowing the nuggets of truth of how to bounce back from the challenges they have. What, in your view, is slowing down this in this part of Africa, particularly East Africa, that our entrepreneurs don't go past a certain level?
Entrepreneurship is a big challenge. The fallacy is that we imagine entrepreneurship only applies when you are running your own kiosk. The critical thing is that we need to coach people to have an entrepreneurial mindset, which means I can work for a particular company, but I have an entrepreneurial mindset. That mindset is one that brings solutions to challenges. So you can be a manager in any space, but you think solution to any challenge that you come to. So you don't have to necessarily run your own outfit to call yourself an entrepreneur. That's the first one. The next thing is that we've started what we call entrepreneurial clinics. And the idea behind it is to just pull together people in that space to learn, share and coach each other. That was based on the fact that a lot of people start businesses. They are entrepreneurs, they start a lot of businesses. And you imagine that all I need to start a business is money. We've seen it. So you have big money, you set big shop, you go beyond limits, and it collapses. The critical thing about entrepreneurship is that as much as you have that mindset, you must know the journey is different. The journey requires very many parameters. Cash is just one of the parameters. You need employees, you need partners, you need business. We've seen people start business. You start business, you get very big LPOs from people who will never pay you. So you end up collapsing, you get it. You've seen people start business and you step on toes, you are sued. You've seen people who run out of finance, isn't it? You've seen people who are not compliant in tax matters. There are 15 critical elements that are killing entrepreneurs. So if they are alive to all these factors, it will make their journey more soft, because any one of those factors can collapse you, I can tell you. So you must be permanently alive to the critical factors that will sustain your entrepreneurial journey.
Also,
it's not only money, it's not only having business coming in.
Wow.
Even growth, growth itself.
It's a killer.
People have mismanaged growth. So because you have too much business coming in, you just move on like that.
Wow. William, there are a lot of talks that SMEs are going to be the future of a future driver for Africa's economy. And many people are now beginning to focus attention to small and medium enterprises across, especially in job creation, where Africa stands out as a continent of young people across the 5 other continents that we have running in the world. What, in your view, are the gray areas when we talk about SMEs? And why are there many SMEs now collapsing instead of staying in very few years after setting up shops across Africa?
The collapse touches back to the issue I've raised on entrepreneurs. Yeah. But for SMEs, everybody talks glossy about SMEs. I can tell you the biggest enemy to SMEs is the governments that we have across Africa. They'll tell you that we are supporting SMEs giving us business, but they are structured to tax this guy until he cannot breathe. You get it?
Yeah.
They have not created any platforms that is supporting them. And the other players in the window, these are the people in the banking system, they are interested in you for just as long as they can suck your blood. They are lacking in the wings to come and suck your blood for their benefit. So you'll see them telling you, we are supporting SME. No, they're supporting you to be alive just so that you can help them hit their targets. We don't have a genuine drive to support SMEs completely.
In your view, what should be done to help this?
Government should take ownership, because the interest to have jobs created is a huge interest for government, more than anybody else. Remember, joblessness can create chaos.
Yeah. Wow. And lastly, in that point, William, what would you advise a novice entering the business space for the first time to do? A young man, a young lady entering the business space like you were many years ago after Nairobi University.
Divorce yourself from passion. Do the best planning you can do. Fail working.
Well, that's the CEO bench coming up from the CEO of Marketing Africa Limited, Mr. William Kalombo. What a quote right there, and that you can take over. If you're watching the program from Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Congo, Burundi, or Rwanda, or anywhere part of the world, we want to say thank you for listening to William Kalombo. But before William leaves this place, we want to be able to ask William, transformation of mind is such a big question at the moment in Uganda and also across the world. I'm sure it's the same in Kenya, that if you start by the renewal of the mind, you will transform the mind to move forward. We at the CEO bench are always looking forward to a content that inspires the person to think, a content that will encourage the person to speak, a content that will help the person transform their mind. What does transformational change mean to you, Mr. Kalombo, as the CEO today where you sit?
Let me talk about the mind.
Yes.
I think that we have a polluted mindset in Africa, because if you look at what is happening in Europe and what is happening in Africa, the crisis is a mindset crisis. So you have people in Africa who are ruling you, who don't even have papers. Every available marketplace, the noisemaker there have become our MPs, have become our governors, have become everything you can mention. In effect, sidelining professionals. And professionals have taken a backseat. They don't want active participation in that space because it's dirty. They can really finish you. So we need to change our mindset and work for the nations that we belong to. Currently, you have people fighting to be in a public space to harvest for their individual stomachs. If you must harvest for your stomach, then run your own kiosk. If you must serve the nation, then come to the public space. We must differentiate those two. Stop rushing to grab a public office to eat for your families and the rest around you.
Thank you very much, William. Perhaps this is my last question going. What you talk about brings the question of character. And there is this saying that character is developed in a person through so many things that happened. First, Have you ever failed in your life in anything? You know, we're seeing you right now speaking with so much good English and everything. Somebody out there might be thinking, I want to be like Kalombo, but has he ever failed?
I have successfully failed so many times. Even last night I failed, but here I am and we are moving on, isn't it?
Yes. The question is, I have had this thing in Kenya, something called character development. Yes. I want to know, can you share with us from the CEO bench? We want to understand the character development in the space in Kenya. It's quite a very interesting thing.
I know that this is a new word for Kampala. It's heavily used in Kenya, character development, especially in social spaces where people are talking about relationships, man, women relationships. So character development is where you indulge in some fling. You come with all your hopes on the table. Then they are all punctured, like you break up the balloons.
And then, so why did you guys pick Nairobi people and Kenyan people pick this thing as the best way to link it to character? How does that link to character?
You see, now after the breakup, somebody's going to cry.
Yes.
They go crying, tears in buckets. So you find that, no, you can be here now celebrating that you have this relation is working for you. Then suddenly you are completely off. People have even left social media because the relationship you are bragging about has totally collapsed and collapsed you as well.
So William,
so in the same space, you find business is giving people character development. You come in with a lot of hope, with a lot of plans, and everything you planned, you find is not working. Business is how you can break this glass on cement, for example. This glass will be your plan. But the reality is when the rubber hits the tarmac, it's very different. You hit this thing on the tarmac, on the cement, you don't know where the pieces will go to. We've had scenarios. The typical planning, I'll give you the example of planning for a drive. Let me talk of Mombasa. I love Mombasa. So you've serviced your car, you've done everything you wanted, and you're telling yourself, I'm going to Mombasa with my good people. We will take 5 hours on the road, we'll enjoy everything along the journey. When you start the journey, your tire goes flat, your spare is not working, your car is overheating, you find somebody has hit you from behind, you have so many things popping up that are puncturing your ability to keep the momentum. You get it? You reach a level where it is no longer important for you to reach, say, Mombasa in 5 hours. All you are saying is, all I want is to reach that place. A lot of us in business space, you are in that mode. All you want is to have this function done and you move on with it.
William, what would you like the person who is watching the CEO bench and those who have nominated you to come onto the CEO bench to remember you for? CEO bench, we operate with the principle of, if you know that somebody has sense to speak, if you know a CEO that has created impact, nominate them. You are nominated overwhelmingly with a great number of votes right after the Marketers' Night that happened in Kampala. The very first one that happened after COVID-19 had locked down everything for almost about 2.5 years, going to 3. And here we are talking to you. What would you remember? What did you want them to take from you as we come to the end of the show as your last word to the young man out there and to the young lady out there, as well as to your contemporaries who may not be able to have the courage to come and speak on the CEO bench like you?
They should not remember me. They should remember their trade, focus on it, and keep working, is it?
Ladies and gentlemen, the show has come to an end. This is the CEO bench. My name is Eddie Okela, and of course, William Kalombo, right here in Kampala. As always, the parting shot to William Kalombo from the CEO bench is, have you ever cooked for your wife? And when, since you're always giving us the Marketers' Night out, is there a marketing night in your kitchen?
When we do Marketers' Night, I don't cook.
Have you ever cooked for your wife?
It won't help them.
The show, Ben, has come to an end. And a toast to this. William, thank you very much for coming to the show. And from us here, we say goodbye.
My name is Dr. Jinpo Olowo. Thank you for watching House of Talent Television. I love to inspire people. I love to talk about my experiences and how God has been able to use me in the different exposures. And through the leadership, through change management and transformation, I've been able to do a couple of things in my life. Now, are you a kind of person who is tired of your status quo? Do you want your situation to change? Are you tired of what is going on in your life? You know, change is a fact of life. We've all been through experiences in the last couple of months that have taken us to a place where we need to do something about our lives. We need to change whatever is going on. So if you have not piled up investment for yourself, you need to do that. If you've not done businesses to hold your family in future, you need to do that. Are you thinking of full-time employment? You need to be thinking about your life after employment or your business in the next couple of years. So if you want us to chat, if you want us to talk about this, please get in touch with us at SEAL Uganda on number 0772443085 or check our website www.sealuganda.com, or on all the social media handles. You can hook me up or Facebook, that is Jinpo Olowo, on Instagram, Jinpo Olowo, and on Twitter and LinkedIn. Then we can chat a way forward with you. We can help you, we can coach you, we can walk with you this journey of financial freedom. Thank you.
We can choose to teach what we teach differently. And for me, that's what I decided to do, even in the system that there were. When I was in Makere, my classes, I was very intentional on how I taught my classes. Yeah. I opted to be a facilitator as opposed to a lecturer. Yeah. 2, I allowed co-learning. We learn together. Yeah. I am not the epitome of knowledge. Yeah. If you have learned something and you think it's beneficial, let's share it. That's the second thing, that come to the realization that knowledge is not housed in one brain. Yeah. Knowledge is a combination. God is gracious. Yeah. Each one of us has a portion of knowledge about some of the things. When you trigger people to go and search, they will go. When you trigger people to sit back and depend on you, they will sit back. I'll say, trigger people to go and search. Wow. You will teach the same things, but the outcomes will be different. Yeah. My final shot to those of us that are very passionate about education and want to change, when it is so painful with what you're doing, you'll do what I'm doing at Refactory. You'll choose to go against status quo. And I hope history will judge you fairly. When that time comes, I can say, yeah, I've trained about 300 people at Refactory. We've trained about, it's not only me, we've trained about 300 people at Refactory. We have about an average of about 70 to 83% placement. I can say I'm happy. I'm a very happy person because I know for a fact that the current placement rate for fresh university graduates is below 10%. So for me to be at 83%, yeah, I feel I can walk on the clouds, but I won't. There's still a lot of work to be done.
Yeah.
And so each one of us has an individual responsibility for those of us that are in the education space.
Yeah.
And hopefully, each one of us can then create that summative change that we need to see.
Wow.
Thank you. Young people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
Of critical thinking. Critical thinking. What do you think that means? Someone will say it's deep thinking. In Luganda, kufumitiriza, deep thinking. Why is it important to think deeply about things, about anything, about everything? Why is it important? You will be saying mistakes. The reason why I need to think deeply about something is because I want to have the right outcome, the intended outcome. So we all live our lives in such a way that we have visions. Those visions is what you call intended outcome. I intend it, and therefore I work towards achieving it. But in the process of achieving, I need specific actions that should produce the results. But in those actions, there are also stakeholders, different people along the way. So I intend to achieve X in this much time, but who are the involved parties? And how do I navigate to still achieve what I want to achieve, regardless of the forces that are against my working? So critical thinking is your ability to arrive at what you intended with minimal costs. That's all. Whether in marriage, whether at work, in your progress, in your career, whether even it comes to innovation, where you want to come up with solutions, you want to create, it requires you to think deeply. But now when you say think deeply, there's another question that comes to mind. How do you think deeply? Because when we were in school, the education system is not designed to teach us critical thinking. It's designed to teach us thinking about whatever the teacher wants you to think about. So if your subject is math, the teacher wants you to think about math. And if it's English, science, think about what I've told you, then give it back to me in the same measure I've given it to you. So don't add your thoughts. Give me the thoughts I've given you, give them back to me. If you're 100% copy-paste, then you are smart. Then you pass that class, move to the next class like that. by the time you get to campus or to Makerere University or to a university or college, what do you have? You have a mind that is not actually used to knowing how to think about what to think about. It only knows about thinking about what it's told to think about. Then in the end, you're given dissertation. All of a sudden, they're asking you to think for yourself. It's the most scary experience, thinking for yourself for the first time at that age. You only do that for once. I think it's about, you usually copy paste from Google, or you get some Bakuba or some experts to do the work for you, then you pass. Then what happens? You now graduate from college, from university, and you're ready to go in the real world. And so the first thing they're looking for in a job interview, they say, we're looking for people who are what? They will say it, they'll say critical thinking, they will say out of the box thinkers, people who think out of the box. But remember, you've been thinking in the box, but now they require you to think out of the box. They're looking for people who are resourceful, who can take initiative, who are creative, who can come up with solutions, things that no one actually told you. So critical thinking, and the book or the guide that I have written is to allow people to have the tools, the mental tools, to navigate through their intentions and through the execution towards those intentions. That's the idea about critical thinking. So, we now know what critical thinking is about. But what are the tools? What tools? What are those mental tools? What do I do? How do I think critically? Now, how to think critically is what I summarize as 5-dimensional thinking, or different dimensions of thinking that collectively allow you to critically think about something. And it starts with the first dimension. By the way, you know what the word dimension means? Well, dimension means something having substance and depth enough to be believable. Something having enough depth and substance to be believable. That's dimension. So we're going to talk about 5 dimensions, and the first dimension is always look at the parts, meaning everything in life is made up of parts. Everything, including your body, is made up of parts, little cells, and then they make up eyes. But also when it comes to mechanics, cameras, anything you touch, a watch, everything we see is made up of parts. So the first thing is to always look at the parts. But that is not only scientific, we also apply it in situations. Every situation starts as an event. One little event, second event, third event, then collectively they create a situation. The whole is made up of parts. So look at the parts. Number 2, look at the relationship between the parts. Meaning, how does this part relate to this part? If it's in a camera or a car, for example, which is also made up of parts, how does this car part relate with this other car part? That's how we learn to drive. You cannot operate a car unless you know the relationship between and. See, those are all parts. Now, teaching you how to drive is to teach you how to relate. The timing between the parts allows for the function of such a device to actually work. So you look at the parts, you look at the relationship between the parts. Number 3, you look at the environment within which the parts relate. In Luganda, otunulira obuntu, buli kintu kyonna kikolebwa obuntu obutundutundu. So otunulira obutundutundu bw'ekintu, n'otunulira n'enkolagana ey'obutundu. Ekyokusatu, n'otunulira embeera obutundu mu bukolaganira. Embeera obutundu mu bukolaganira. Kankuwa example. I'll give you an example. You imagine you've seen a beautiful girl. You're in a taxi. She's beautiful. You could say, yeah, she's beautiful and move on. That's one event. It's a part. However, if you decide to stop the taxi man and say, stop there, and you walk back to meet the girl, hello, my name is so-and-so. That's a second part. Before you know it, you've created a third event. Then there's a situation. She's your girlfriend, but you're married. Oops. You're married, but you don't also have what? Embeera, financially, the environment is not conducive for you to add another part to your relationship that you already have with too many other parts. Your kids, your mom who stays with you, and your wife. Now you're adding another part and you're creating a relationship within an environment that is not sustainable. You see? So you look at the parts, you look at the relationship between the parts, you look at the environment within which the parts relate. Now, what's the fourth dimension? The fourth dimension is about you putting yourself in the shoe of somebody or of a situation, then remove yourself. Then you put others in that situation, then remove them. Then stand back and observe how your mind creates solutions. Those are too many words. The simplest of words would be, think of what if. What if? What if this girl that I add to the part in a relationship of a new environment that makes me aside XY, perhaps if that happens, it causes XYZ, then what do? I get into problems. My wife discovers that XY is happening, and perhaps part of the money we've been as a family comes from my wife. She has a better job than. Then now you have a situation where the other girl now is not interested in you. So it's now our thief. So before you start to talk to the girl out of the taxi, stop back, look at the parts, look at the relationship between the parts, look at the environment, then say, what if that what if in Uganda is watya. Watya ng'omwana ono andetedde ebizibu. That thought of watya is what causes you to be fearful, okutya, nootya. And then what happens? You let go, you stay in your taxi and continue to your destination. So what have you done? You've solved a problem before it even began, because that problem is what you call a situation that takes place after a series of events that you did not intend, but you were just acting emotionally on your feelings, and now they become a burden on you. And therefore your vision, your intentions, which is the fifth dimension, what do you intend? Mu Luganda kyekinyumenyo bagamba ogenderera ki? Kiki kyogenderera? So let's go back to our situation where you brought in a side friend into the relationship. So I would ask you, if that's the fifth dimension of intention, what did you intend? Wabadde ogenderera ki? Mu Luganda the word okugenderera comes from the word okugenda, which is a verb. It's a doing word. The thought and action are related. So if you are seated in that taxi using critical thinking, the 5 tools, you know what you will say? What is my intention? Okwesanyusa oba mirembe mu maka gange. You see how that is different? So what if I bring in this woman, okwesanyusa, will it also add emirembe to me? If the answer is no, then ekigendererwa kyo si kyakwesanyusa but mirembe. Therefore, let the girl go. Continue in your taxi. That's a very simple situation that can turn ugly. And a lot of people's lives have become havoc to themselves simply because they didn't have tools to allow them to assess and achieve the intended outcome. Critical thinking, 5 parts, 5 dimensions. Can we repeat them? Number 1, look at the parts. Look at the relationship between the parts. Look at the environment or context within which the parts relate. Ask yourself, what if? Intention is basically your feeling. How do you feel? Because also feelings are feedback mechanism. And always remember, every time you think about the fifth dimension, think of this scary thought. What you make others feel is what you mean to them. Think about it critically.
My name is Martin Anthony Nsubuga. I'm the CEO of Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. And I've served the institution until now, where I've grown to the position of the Chief Executive Officer. So I've seen UBRA since its establishment.
I was also the person who started the organization as interim CEO for the organization. My role was to set up the organization, and here we are.
It has been a really new experience in my life. As you may have heard, UBRA was non-existent. There was no formal regulatory environment for pensions or retirement benefits. So we are a pioneer. We were appointed to set up the architecture and the environment for regulation of retirement benefits and pensions.
So the Ministry of Finance, because I was the technical person really handling all these reforms, they asked me to come and set up this institution, which is the Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. So I was requested to start as interim Chief Executive Officer, which I did from the year 2012 to early 2015. It's been a great journey. When we started from scratch.
The journey of 10 years of UBRA started with an Act of Parliament of 2011, but actual operation started in 2012, and that's why we are celebrating 10 years today.
There was no institutional setup, there were no laws, there was nothing. So we started with the legal framework, putting in place the legal framework that establishes the supervisor or the regulator for the retirement benefits sector. Before then,
UBRA came into the market about 10 years ago. The first thing they did, right from their first offices at Communications House, was to take stock of the market. Who are the players? Who are the retirement players in the market? Who are the service providers? Which schemes are operating in the market? Service to note that there was already something happening in the market, even before UBRA came to play.
And because of that, there were Ponzi schemes, there were frauds and all those kind of things. There was no trust in the sector. So our primary objective was to build a system that would instill confidence in the general public.
I believe the journey has been very successful. We have a footprint now in the community, and that footprint is best exemplified by the growth of the pensions sector. When we were appointed, the pension sector savings were less than 5 trillion. Today they're approaching 20 trillion.
A number of proposals were carried to Parliament, and the biggest one was to actually put in place a sector regulator.
My role as a Member of Parliament when I came in 2001 was to make legislation. And one of the laws we have made is the UBRA Act, which basically came in to assist how to regulate the retirement pension funds, which were missing in this country. I'm proud that now we have over 19 trillion shillings in the pension fund. That's a very good contributor to national development. And in the future, I'm sure this money we shall not go to borrow. We shall use this money of the pension fund to really develop our country.
You'd appreciate that this is not a small contribution.
for a sector that was not regulated. But overall, it was part of the global reforms that we are seeing in other countries in the pension sector.
To me, that's a plus for the authority.
And you can imagine in a very short time, in less than 10 years, we have over 19 trillion. It believes that within the next 5 years, we should be over 40 trillion.
To me, that is a plus for UBRA and a surety for the people of Uganda who save with these different schemes, knowing that somebody is there making sure that my money that I put in any scheme is safe, is protected.
So one of the main objectives was to safeguard the interests of the members. Now what this means is that the moment members' interests are safeguarded, their rights are protected, it then boils down to growth of the sector. Now, what we've seen in the last 10 years is that the sector, the assets under management have more than tripled. So within a span of 10 years, we're seeing a lot of efficiency in terms of members are able to get their benefits, they're able to access more information about their schemes. More importantly is the professionalism that has been injected in the sector.
There has been a deliberate effort to build trust because the foundation is strong, it can be trusted. And again, the investment structures are very solid, so which means they encourage the growth of the market, the growth of the portfolio, and also provide the positive returns that we see to date.
The last one that is significant, which I've seen UBRA doing, is promoting transparency. So to a member, that information creates trust within the member because you are saying, there's nothing I'm hiding. This is how we run the scheme in the year. There were 13 meetings, and this member of the board, out of 13, he attended 3.
In the saving schemes, there was no trust, there was no confidence, there was a lot of risk. Even the savers could not know how much their contributions were. Okay? In other words, everything was in a disarray without any regulator.
I think as well, looking generally at the business environment, you rarely now see complaints of people stating that the funds that they thought they had in their names have disappeared or have been paid to the wrong person. And all this is just because of the supervisory role that UBRA has brought in, which has been pivotal in making us run a world-class pension sector in Uganda.
There are 3 parts to any pension system. There's the contributions or collections of pensions, there is the management of the pensions or the investment of these pension savings, and then there's the payment of these pension savings, either through a lump sum or through monthly payments. We have had a shared responsibility with UBRA for the past 10 years in the aspect of management of the savings through investments because many of the fund managers whom we license are also licensed by UBRA. Although UBRA focuses a lot more on the pensions, the retirement savings that they manage. So we have done this role together, we've had this shared role. The synergies we have drawn from this partnership have been very beneficial, and we look forward to continuing to work together with UBRA in the future.
We see growth in number of schemes in this market. Today we are talking of 65 schemes. In the past we are talking of 3 schemes that were established by an Act of Parliament. That is the Public Service Pension Scheme, the Parliamentary Pension Scheme, and the NSSF. All of them established by an Act of Parliament.
More importantly is to say that the journey that UBRA has walked over the 10 years have been challenging, but also refreshing, in a sense that they came into a virgin market. There was no regulator before them, especially in the pension sector. So what they started with was commendable. Let's do a stock taking. Let's understand the market. Who is doing what in the market? So I think that phase helped UBRA create the visibility, create identity for the first 3-4 years. Over the years, they've also been able to do publicity to kind of show the market, show the public that this is what we do, and especially as you plan for your retirement.
At least for the last 10 years, we've not had any corruption, loss of members' funds. We've also not had any poor investments because investments are all known, structured, in particular known asset classes that provide a very good return to the member. And actually in this period in time, that's when the sector has witnessed high returns to the members, double-digit returns for the last 5 years or thereabout.
So, in my opinion, that is trust from the general public that we are doing the right thing, and we hope that we continue to do that.
In the next 10 years, what I would like to really see going forward is the spread of coverage, because the pension sector as it is now is really in the formal sector. And when you look at the working population of Uganda, if you even put it at around 20 to 25 million, the working population, not even 3 million are covered by pensions.
I think my main message to Ubra is, first of all, to thank the CEO, Mr. Martin Nsubuga, and his team for supporting the pension reforms that have taken place so far, but also to remind the team that there's still some work to be done. It's not over, there's still some reforms that need to be done, particularly in the area of limiting access to long-term savings. So Martin and team, please don't rest. There's still some more work to be done to grow the domestic savings base of this country.
We feel that as a committee, Ubra needs to make itself more visible in Uganda, place itself, let the people of Uganda know what they're doing, let the people of Uganda know why they should save for retirement.
If you were to ask me, what should Ubra's next 10 years focus on? I would say that Ubra's next 10 years should be to now build this 20 trillion asset base that has been generated, should actually be able to ensure a comfortable life in retirement for all members who are in the retirement schemes. But Ubra should also then allow and come up with mechanisms to support the players to be able to onboard all the smallholders, all the informal sector to come in and secure their retirement by participating and joining the licensed pension schemes in the market.
And so my thinking is that we need to support the institution, particularly Parliament of the Republic of Uganda, needs to support resource mobilization for allocation to the authority so that the authority can continue with the widening the coverage.
People now, instead of keeping money in boxes, will keep here, and it is in the financial sector, and it's easy to tap in. And the cost of money will go down, but our investment in the country will go high. And I can tell you, if we make very good regulations, we will have the support of Parliament.
I believe that the next 10 years are quite pivotal. We've gone through the best building of the industry, and right now we are at the point where we have to be tasked with generating value for our clients and exhibiting relevance over the next 10 years. I'm very, very confident. In fact, I'm really proud of the work that has been done for the last 10 years, and my imagination runs wild. What is possible for the next 10 years.
And the other key achievement that or work in progress that Ubra is trying to do, which I again encourage different stakeholders in this sector, particularly Parliament, to support Ubra, is the coming up with a national micro pension scheme. Uganda is, our economy is largely informal, and even within the cities, we have so many people who are operating informally, and yet they earn income, either daily, either weekly or monthly. They earn income in one way or the other. But if not well guided, and I think this particular scheme, the micro pension scheme, would again help reorganize our people in the formal sector to put something aside. Because if you are in our market today, if you're a road vendor today, if you're a hawker today, if you're a border today, if you're a fisherman today, you still have that energy to go nearly every day in the waters and do fishing, to go to Nakawa market every morning to pick tomatoes, vegetables. But that strength with time, as years come by, begins to dwindle. That means the same basket that you can carry now, you are not able to carry in the next 5 years or 10.
So our focus, what really keeps us awake when I wake up in the morning, that drives my day, protection of members' funds.
So what I see going forward for the next 10 years is an organization that is efficient, that is creating value for the benefits. Efficiency meaning when I contribute, I must be guaranteed that 20 years from now, 30 years from now, when I retire, my money will be there. And ensuring that the monies that I contribute invested in assets that will make my money grow. Not just putting in 1 shilling, and 20 years you're paid 1 shilling. When I put in 1 shilling, I should be paid 100 shillings at the end of 30 years. And that's the objective, and that's efficiency.
I think to the customer out there who might not even think they are a customer because you ride a boda, you are in the garden, you don't even have anything to your name, Ubra will find you wherever you are and will look after you because it's their mandate to look after you in retirement. And they can only look after you in retirement if you avail yourself now. And all they want to do for you is to make sure that when you hang up your boots, when I hang up this jacket in retirement, Ubra wants me to live a fulfilled life, a life bereft of poverty, a life of joy and happiness. And Ubra works with people and different entities to deliver that. As service providers, I think we want to say congratulations again, Ubra. We feel the heat sometimes, but we are ready for the task.
As we celebrate, let's also remember that there are those who are not yet part of the saving culture, and we find ways of bringing them forward. I wish you a happy celebration.
As we celebrate 10 years of service protecting retirement benefits in this country, allow me to thank the Board of Directors of Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. You have been very instrumental and very focused. Allow me also to thank the staff and management of Ubra. You have supported the cause. Allow me also to thank my predecessors, the first interim CEO, Mr. Moses Bekavio, the Chief Executive Officer, my immediate predecessor, Mr. Bonyi David Nyakondi, the government of Uganda who have supported us, providing us with all the resources that we need from the day Ubra started up to now, the regulated entities, the stakeholders, the fund managers, the custodians, the administrators. Without you, we would not be talking of structures of governance in this market. And of course, the members who are saving, who have trusted us, who have continuously saved with the different schemes. Allow me to assure you that as we deliberate on this direction for the next years of service, at Ubra, we shall continue to protect your retirement benefits. May God bless you. May God bless your families. May God bless our country, Uganda. Let us celebrate as we thank God.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television.
If I may ask, have you insured yourself? What if your worker acquired or contracted COVID-19? And indeed, we see that because of the negligence at the workplaces, that is how the person contracted it. And then we trace back and it's still the employer. Are you ready?
Hello viewers, welcome to yet another episode of You and the Law, the COVID edition, here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Ochom, your host. As we've been doing before, we discuss about the law and how it affects the different aspects of our life. But specifically for this edition, we talk about COVID-19 and how it has affected various aspects of our human rights. And for today's episode, we are having a discussion on labor and employment rights. As you all know, most of us are working, some of you, have jobs or in any form of employment. But the advent of COVID-19 disrupted relations in the companies that we work in, the organizations that we work in. We saw people being laid off. We saw companies downsizing. We saw people being asked to work from home and lots of things that really changed relations on, in the employment sector. And to help us unpack how COVID-19 has affected the right to employment and general labor rights in Uganda, we're delighted to have Ms. Lydia Bwite. Lydia is the programs manager at Platform for Labor Action. PLA, as we popularly call it, is an organization that works to protect and promote rights of workers in Uganda. Lydia, you're very welcome to You and the Law.
Thank you so much, Jonathan.
How have you been?
Thank you for having me. I've been okay. Yes, I've been okay.
COVID-19, your personal welfare?
COVID-19, I think it has had its share on myself, but also, of course, those that I work for. And overall, as you're going to, I will tell you their stories.
Yes.
Yes.
And in terms of your work as PLA, maybe you could actually, tell us what you do before then you maybe tell us how you've been hit by this virus.
Oh, thank you so much. Platform for Labor Action, like you said, we are a non-government organization. We promote and protect the rights of vulnerable and marginalized workers in Uganda. Okay. And with that, we also have accreditation from Uganda Law Council to be able to give what we call legal aid. Oh. Yes, legal aid to workers, these vulnerable workers that we say we represent. And those vulnerable workers, ideally, these are workers that include children at risk or those in exploitative forms of work. We have those working in the informal sector, market vendors, street vendors, domestic workers. We have plantation workers. And then we have the low-income earners that earn from 600,000 and below. And those ones, of course, you look at the teachers, the cooks, the security guards, name it, all those fall within our target groups. Oh. So, yeah, we give legal aid support. We also have what we call social protection support. And maybe to the person watching us today, legal aid is basically we do mediation, arbitration, representation in courts of law, in arbitration stations, and being labor, we use mostly the labor offices. We also use mostly the industrial court of Uganda, and a few cases in the magistrate court.
Oh, the industrial court, that's a division. Is it in the high court or that's magistrate level? What level is the industrial court?
It's at the high level. It's a division of the high court. Okay. Yes.
So you mean before at the magistrate level, there's nothing for handling labor disputes, or?
They are there. We have some legislations, as we are going to see, or some laws that concern workers' issues. For example, like the Workers' Compensation Act, it gives the jurisdiction of such disputes to the magistrate courts. You have the NSSF Act, it also gives jurisdiction of such issues to the magistrate court.
I thought you just jumped into the
No, we don't just jump
court.
into it.
Okay, no. That's a good, good one to start with. Just to understand really, because we're talking about employment, talking about labor rights. These are ideas that perhaps many people still need to understand. Like when you talk about employment rights, labor rights, what exactly are we talking about? What does it entail? Why should I even care about labor rights? Is that something I should lose sleep over? Is it a big deal?
True. True. Thank you so much, Jonathan, for that question. And maybe even to our investors who is watching this show elsewhere, even outside the country. Why should you care about the labor rights? First of all...
What are they, maybe to start with?
Yeah, I'm going to just come to just that. But why should we care? Because labor is a factor of production. Okay. So in production, we have this labor component, and often than not, when we are planning our businesses and everything, we never think about the labor force itself that actually is going to be doing this particular business that you're setting up, or this franchise that you're thinking about. So labor is a factor of production, but it has, and because it's a factor of production, if it's not well handled, it has a direct impact on the production, on the output. So if it's well handled, it also have very positive impact on the output, on the growth of every enterprise, every business that anyone sets up. So we need labor at the end of the day. So that's why you should care about labor. Going back to the law itself, as a country, Uganda is a very progressive country. Yes, when it comes to setting up laws and policies, we are a very progressive country. Even you're looking into the rest of the East African country, we are very progressive. We are a member of the International Labour Organization, and because of that, because it's labor, we have ratified, Uganda has signed quite a number of international conventions. And maybe to the person watching us, conventions are those internationally agreed upon, let me call them sets of like rules and regulations or laws. We can take it like that, literally. So those ones, those internationally agreed upon sets of laws and rules, is that they give a basis upon which a country goes back and actually contextualize those rules into their setting. So going back to the country as Uganda, when it comes to labor and employment laws, we have ratified a number of conventions, but I'll not go into so much of details. I'll look at nationally what we have here. We start with the Constitutional Republic of Uganda, because you see everything comes from the Constitution. We know that it is our supreme law. It's the parent of every law that we have as a country. So when you look at Article 40 of the Constitution, that is on economic right. So that's where this right to labor is well, it's introduced into this particular supreme law that we have as a country. So it's talking about the right to work, the right to work in a safe and satisfactory work environment.
Safe and satisfactory. That's the language of the law.
Yes, that's the language of the law. The article talks about protection of certain workers, like female pregnant, workers. That same article is talking about the right to associate. That same article, when you read it into details, that is where we, as workers, labor and employment, we find our bearing in the Constitution under Article 40. So it details everything, and then it goes ahead to give powers to Parliament to make laws to ensure that to set up I'll call it a favorable working environment for both the employers but also the workers as well. So from the Constitution, the law that we have that comes an act of Parliament is the Employment Act of 2000. We used to have what we used to call the Factory Act, but that was changed in 2006. Yeah, and when I'll come back another day and I'll tell you why we changed it.
I was actually curious because factory, then employment. So if I was working in a school, the law wouldn't apply to me.
It's because the law that was being changed at that time actually was a colonial law. So most of the worker, like the employment opportunities were in the factories. So that's why we ended up having a Factory Act. And so it was what was governing the employment relationship at that time.
Africans are not doing
I think white collar jobs. So, but then in 2006 we see, it's also another history where we came up with these laws, but in 2006 we have the Employment Act of 2006. So this is now the guiding tool for any worker there, any employer there. Why? Because it is, we call it is like the basic employment contract between the employer and the employee.
Basic?
It is the basic, that law is the basic.
What does that mean? Basic?
So, like it sets the standard. You cannot go below that.
A minimum standard.
That is the minimum standard. For example, if they say, let me give an example. If they say that a female employee should be given 60 days maternity leave, you cannot say you get 30. No. You can at least say you get 80. So that's why we call it the basic.
The basic.
Yeah. So every provision there, and you cannot contract out of that law. In other words, you cannot have a contract of employment that is saying this provision does not apply to you. Like, for example, you're not entitled to leave. No, that such a provision cannot be allowed.
It's illegal.
It's illegal because we have this basic, or the law that standard, the starting point of negotiation of any contract. Even if you are negotiating a CBA, what we call the collective bargaining agreement, for those workers in unions, they still use that law as the basic, negotiating tool that they have. So under this particular law, we have different rights set out for the worker or for the employee. So now we have to be very careful. We use these words interchangeably, but actually they mean different things.
Worker
and the employee.
And employee.
Yes.
Okay.
If I go in the market and I find a woman selling tomatoes, she's a worker, but is she an employee?
You tell us. So how do you transit from worker to employee?
That is why I wanted us just to understand that particular concept as well, so that when we define these particular laws, we know who are we talking about. So when we call about an employee has to have a boss. Let me use that literal way of, like someone they report to, supervisors, and everything. So this person, then the other one becomes the employer, and then becomes the employee. So now that woman in the market who is selling her tomatoes, she's a worker, but she's not an employee.
We could argue she's everything. If everything officer. She employs herself. She pays her salary.
Unfortunately,
she knows when to work and not when to work.
Unfortunately, the principles of distinguishing between these two people cannot allow us to call her everything. Because if we call her everything, it will be hard when it comes to certain aspects. For example, we're going to talk about rights, and then we shall ask, and we shall go back, and you, our viewers, let us keep that in mind, that do these rights go to this particular person who is having their own enterprise? They have not brought any person on this stall to sell these tomatoes. They themselves are the owners, proprietors of this particular business that they are
So are you suggesting, Lydia, then that workers and employees have different rights?
Yes, they will have different rights depending where they are. Yes, and I will just highlight that as we go on.
I know there are many laws, and you talked about the Employment Act.
Yes.
Or maybe any other that you want to?
I think I first do all the laws before I come back to the rights.
Yes.
So we also have the Workers' Compensation Act, like I shared. That one deals with issues to do with injuries in the course of employment or at workplace. And we will see what does it mean to be in the course of employment. You are traveling to work, or you are from work, you are at work, or you are protecting your employer's property and you're injured. So either it's injury or disease. You can hurt. And now where we are right now with COVID-19, this particular law has actually been put to test as we go on.
That's an important point. I think let's pause for a quick break. Then we'll sort of come back and build on from there, because you've touched on a very sensitive area around injuries, and we've had a couple of cases, reported in the media of people, getting injured. Viewers, you're watching You and the Law, the COVID edition. And today we are with Lydia Buite from the Platform for Labor Action, one of the foremost NGOs working on to protect employment rights in this country. Let's go for a short break, and we'll be right back.
When it comes to the law, we basically live the law, on a day-to-day basis, Whether it is in your bedroom, there is a law that governs it. If you're married, for example, even if you're single, there could be something touching on the law, because you might be in your bedroom with an underage girl, or you might be with another person's wife. All the things are the law.
If you're a human being, you have rights. Those rights are called human rights. They are examples: the right to health, the right to freedom from torture. That underscores human dignity. Freedom from slavery. You're not supposed to be someone's slave.
If you look at our penal code, it sets out another marriage laws. It sets out the persons who can marry and those who cannot marry, right? For example, you can't marry your close relatives. If you did, you'd be committing a crime.
The state is not supposed to tell you who to worship, how to worship, how many times a day. No, you have a right to work. A right to work. You have freedom of association.
Cohabitation for whatever period of time does not make you husband and wife, right? And that is why we emphasize to people that when the relationship is still hot, you know, you must ensure that you do what? Marry.
Yes.
You know?
For human rights to be respected, protected, and fulfilled, relevant government programs must actually work. Medicine should reach hospitals, oxygen should be there, health workers should have gloves, teachers should be present. Now they are mostly absent, and they have left the profession, a good number of them. They are into trading. So things must work. If things don't work, human rights are not respected, are not protected, and are not fulfilled.
COVID-19 has tested our hope and faith as individuals, families, and the country at large. Besides destroying many aspects of our lives, the novel coronavirus has also affected our human rights in many ways. You and the Law, the COVID edition, is a 30-minute weekly television program that focuses on the impact of COVID-19 on human rights in Uganda. The program engages experts to explain the importance of rights-based approaches to the success of any public health response to ensure the respect, protection, and fulfillment of human rights amidst the challenges presented by COVID-19. You and the Law, the television program, brought to you by Legal Hub Uganda, taking the law to the last mile in proud association with I4C Africa Hub and House of Talent Television, coming soon.
Welcome back. This is You and the Law, the COVID edition, and today we're discussing impacts of COVID-19 on employment and labor rights in Uganda, and we're hanging out with Ms. Lydia Buite from the Platform for Labor Action. She's the manager of programs. Lydia, welcome back from the break.
Thank you.
Before we went for a break, you touched on a sensitive law around workers' compensation in Uganda, and highlighting how you could get compensated for injuries you get in the course of your work. I thought you could maybe carry on from there.
Yes, so that particular law is really focusing on if a worker gets injured in the course of employment, in terms of what are the obligations of the employer, in terms of offering treatment until he or she is completely healed. Healed. In fact, we have, you can offer treatment up to like 98 months. That is about 8 years.
Wow.
Then the responsibility to compensate.
Completely healed.
Yes, completely healed. You can heal. When I can heal completely when I have lost my arm, but I've healed, although I am now permanently incapacitated. So the employer is supposed to first treat me. I get completely healed, and then they assess my incapacitation, and then he or she compensates me.
And in all that period, you're supposed to be paid.
Paid. Yes. Oh, I had left that one out. Yes. During that period, you're supposed to be paid. That period, which we call temporary incapacitation period. That covers the period of hospitalization or any other period that the doctor and medical personnel has recommended that this person needs to be off work.
Oof.
So I healed, because there are people who get really sick.
Yeah.
Because it's not only dealing with injuries, it's also dealing with diseases that can be contracted in the course of employment. Okay. And that is when you look at the situation of COVID-19.
Exactly.
And we ask ourselves, are the employers even paying much attention when it comes to this particular pandemic and the impact it can actually have on them if the workers are not well protected? Because that same law also puts an obligation on the employer to ensuring the worker to ensure that
insure like the insurance company,
insurance company for the workers, for workers' compensation. So that in case you have any liability, then your insurers should be able to meet that particular responsibility.
Okay. Later, we need to switch gears to talk about COVID-19, but I thought, are there any other laws you just want to drop one-liners?
Yes, we have the National Social Protection Fund Act, NSSF.
Yes.
We have the Public Service Act. We never talk about them, and yes, they are
that
also
for
workers.
People in government?
Yes, for civil servants, those who work with the government.
Okay.
We have the Occupational Safety and Health Act.
Okay.
That is regarding to the environment where you work from. Is it healthy? Is it, is it the standard for you to be in as a human being?
That thing should be fumigated or what?
We shall see. Is there aeration or all those things? You have drinking water, sanitation, all those ones that law looks at them. And then the responsibilities therein. What other law haven't I talked about? We also have the Minimum Wages Councils Act of...
I know you've been working a lot on minimum wage.
Yes, of 1984. So all that law is also there.
When are we setting the minimum wage for this country?
That one, I think you need to have a conversation.
It's a long conversation, eh?
With
okay, so Lydia,
yes.
you've given us a clear picture of what his rights are, and the law that provides for them, especially at the national level.
Yeah.
So then COVID-19 comes in and shakes things up. How do you explain to somebody, the effects that the pandemic has had on employment and labor rights? What are some of the issues that have emerged from a labor rights, employment rights angle? Yeah, because I know you deal with these things on a regular. Yeah.
True. Thank you. First, even before I come to that, very quickly, we saw that in the Employment Act, that's where most of the rights are.
Yes.
So the right to be paid your wages is your right, because it is the contract of employment is that you work and you are paid.
Yes.
So that is a very simple right.
Yeah.
Work and you are
Get
paid.
paid.
So the right to be paid.
Yes.
But we have also rights like annual leave. The right to annual leave. Every worker is entitled to 21 days in every calendar year to go and rest,
But Lydia,
refresh.
you're working on Zoom. You're already
So
home.
we are going to come to that. That's why I wanted to first quickly highlight them, so that we see how these rights, as they are right now, how have they been impacted, and maybe the employer out there, what can they do, around this particular issue. Then we have the right to paternity leave. I said with paternity, 4 days for any wife. And the law is very clear when we say the wife. We mean the person whom you have entered into a marriage contract legally, a legally binding marriage. Because in law we don't use the word wife to mean cohabitation. No.
So are you suggesting that if my girlfriend gave birth,
true,
I am not entitled to paternity leave? Do I cease being the father? Because the person who has given birth is not.
Actually, you don't cease being the father, but there's a way when the law uses a certain word, and if you are to interpret it, in fact, your employer, if they ask you for the marriage certificate, they would not be wrong, because the law uses the word wife, and we know that for one to be a wife, we know the different marriages that are actually allowed in Uganda.
Okay.
So you need to pay attention to some of those particular areas. But you have 4 days as a male employee, and your wife has given birth, you will be given. For the woman, we also have the right to maternity leave of 60 working days.
60 working days?
Yes, 60
Let's clarify
working days.
this. What does that mean in terms of calendar months?
Yes.
What does it mean?
So we don't include weekends, unless at your workplace, even before your maternity leave, you work 6 days. If you work 6 days ordinarily, then we shall actually count you 6 days. But if you work 5 days, we only count 5 days in every week, Monday to Friday. And also if there is any public holiday that falls within this period, we don't include it. So we don't include public holidays, we don't include weekends. So that is how we get to that.
So Lydia, in simple terms.
Let me also add something. 60 working days fully paid for.
Okay.
Yes. We've seen some employers who say, take off 60 days, you go, we shall fully pay you. No, 30 days. The other 30 days, we'll pay you half, unless you come back and work. There are such employers, but actually you do it, breaking the law, because the law says 60 working days, and those days have to be paid for.
Okay.
Yes, so that's the other right that someone has a right to rest. As they are at work, they should rest at least. You give them at least 1 hour of rest during their time.
Take coffee,
Take
lunch.
off. They also have a right to be paid overtime if they work overtime. And this one ensure you as the employer, you need to ensure that, because we have seen the Industrial Court of Uganda setting for us precedents, you need to ensure that if a worker remains at, your employee remains at work, what are they doing? Were they able to deliver what they ought to have delivered in the 8 hours of the day? And if they are unable, then let them go back home. Because if they stay and sign out, if we sign out at 8:30 and I sign out at 9 p.m., it means that is overtime at the end of the day.
Lydia, so we need to switch to COVID-19 then.
Yes.
You've given us a very clear picture.
Yeah.
So how are these two mixed?
Those two mixed. So we started with the right to be paid.
Yes.
When you work, you are paid. Now, because of COVID-19, the economic situation has really affected the employers, really, because we've seen reporting of slow growth from the National Planning Authority, and indeed you can see it. So that has then led to violation of this right to be paid. I can tell you at Platform for Labour Action, 87% of the cases that we handle are non-payment of wages. So
that's huge.
Yeah, it's huge. And the employers are saying we are not making ends meet. So I need them to be here, but I'm unable to pay them. Other workers, what has also happened is that COVID-19 has, in fact, is coercing, if I use all those words,
yes.
is coercing workers to compromise on their rights. One of the rights is the right to annual leave. Now, you have periods where you're being sent into lockdown, and workers are sent back home, and they can't act, so they are not working like you expect them to work.
Yes.
We have seen those that have actually set up working from home, working on Zoom and all that, Teams and all those platforms that have come up. Now, but there are those other jobs that they need your physical presence for this work to be done.
True.
But you have a lockdown. The first lockdown we had was, it took about 2 months, 2.5 months, people were at home. And then when workers resumed, the question was, should they go, in that year, should they go for annual leave? in that particular year, should they go for annual leave?
Yes, very pertinent.
Very pertinent. Yeah. Now, the employers needed to, or you need to be able to prepare yourself to match this. You have an pandemic on one side, even it is beyond everyone's control.
Exactly.
And by the way, in most cases, employment acts don't have those provisions talking about those unforeseen events. In most cases, because normally those ones we see them in contract, agreements. Yeah. But when it comes to employment contracts, we don't have those clauses. So now here we are. I've been two months away. Can I be entitled to annual leave? So what other employers are doing that during that period we were away, you apply. Now it's forced leave, ideally.
Yes.
So we are seeing situations of forced leave. You have to be on leave. The moment you go into lockdown, you have to be on leave, ideally.
Yeah.
And yet, this right to leave, when you look at the law, it's telling you, it accrues.
Yes.
This right to leave accrues to you. Every after 3 months, you get. Every after 3 months, you get. We expect that you go and rest. But here, at the beginning of the year, you have to go and be on your annual leave.
And normally, I think the practice in Uganda, people want to take leave when they're going to do a project or to rest.
Yes.
Now you're being just told, go.
You go. And yet, in most cases, workplaces do not have leaves like a study leave.
Yes.
So if you're studying, normally people use their annual leave to go and do exams and all that.
Yes.
But here you are, the employer is saying, all of you fill in annual leave forms. Because you're at home and you are not working. So, for us to be able to pay you and what's what, when you come back, no going.
And the employer has a valid point, no?
Exactly, has a valid point on the other side.
Yes.
But also, how about this right when I choose to take my annual leave?
So where's the mix then?
What's
the middle ground?
So the middle ground is you need to speak together as the employer and the employee. You should be able to speak because in most cases, employers do not consult, do not speak to the workers and say, this is what we are suggesting. And also you be fair Because even you as a worker, you need to be fair to your employer. Because you're looking at the situation, they're paying your salary and you're not working. Isn't it only fair that at least you take off some of your days? And if you have such a time when you need leave, then bring it the notice of your employer and say, okay, that is a valid thing, but look, I was setting to have 5 days of my annual leave to do my exams around this time. So it may be your employer will also have it at the back of the mind that yes, this condition is, no one has control over it, and yet you already have this plan, so that you are able to have a middle, sort of like a middle ground.
Lydia, that's a very fascinating point, because I know leave is also a slightly controversial issue which has been abused to some extent by many employers in the country. But I think it's an important point for us to go for a break, so that when we come back, we'll pick on how far we've come as a country, what did we do to deal with the challenges posed by COVID-19 on employment, right? So let's go for a quick break. We'll be right back. You are watching You and the Law, the COVID edition here on House of Talent Television. My name is Jonathan Achom, and today we're discussing the impacts of COVID-19 on employment and labor rights in Uganda. And we're privileged to have Ms. Lydia Bwite from the Platform for Labor Action. Lydia, welcome back from the break.
Thank you.
So you left at the point when we're discussing this controversial issue of leave. I know it's a topic perhaps for another day, but we need to sort of have a deep dive then into what government has done, what initiatives have been put in place, and what your assessment of those initiatives is in the context of protecting employment rights during the COVID-19 pandemic. Because, as you know, these are human rights issues, and governments, have core obligations in this. So, first of all, what did the government of Uganda do to ensure that workers are protected in this period? And then I'll ask you, do you think it worked? Are there areas of improvement?
Yeah.
Over to you.
Thank you so much. At the beginning of the first, when COVID had just come, we saw a pronouncement from the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, calling upon employers to exercise humility.
Employers?
Yes, exercise humility during this period, because it was no one's fault, that is number one, but also they sort of imply that if you are to terminate, please terminate within the right procedures. Now, because of this, and when we ended, I was telling you just a quick effect of this, we have seen very unfair terminations during this period, and yet the government called upon employers to terminate using the right procedures of whether if you're supposed to give notice, you are supposed to give that notice before you terminate someone. So that pronouncement was there. And not to try to abuse workers' rights, it was there. But also we see that the government came up with a law, I think it's the regulation or a supplementary something, on the Public Health Act. There is a supplementary, I think like a regulation, control COVID-19. So that law requires that every Ugandan must wear a mask as long as you're out of your home. That is what. Now, how does that impact on the workplace here? Is it the duty of the employer to provide the masks, or is it that the employee should come with their mask? So some workers have gone on to report cases and say that my employer has not given me, and the employer is saying no, you're going to be terminated because you're not wearing a mask. And they have a right, they have a point on one side. We have also seen vaccination coming through. Now, government has put in place a vaccination, but for us to protect, which is the right thing, for us to protect ourselves from this particular pandemic that has come, we need to vaccinate. And I totally agree with the government. But you see, what has happened? They're telling some workers, if you're not vaccinated, don't come at work. But what happens when I have lined up for that vaccine, well knowing that as a country I've been struggling to get this vaccine? Are you terminating me? But because you've said if you're not yet vaccinated, don't come to work. Is that termination or not? So when we are going back, I think in terms of reopening, what the government failed to do is to also make it very clear, yes, when should it be that a person who has not been vaccinated should not access a public place? That the government has not been very clear, because some employers are using it or they are abusing this particular situation. Because we know very well that we've been struggling as a country to access vaccines. And when you say if you've not been, we saw letters coming through and say if you've not been vaccinated, please do not report to work. So what does that mean? It means that there is lack of communication between the government programs or the action the government is taking in terms of ensuring that we have vaccine as a country vis-a-vis the employer's action. So we need that to come out. We saw government, of course, coming through with the Economic Recovery Fund that went through the Uganda Development Bank. And it was targeting, of course, to liquidify these small businesses, well knowing that they're the engines of the economy. And of course, also we know that those small businesses employ, millions and millions of people. So that was supposed to ensure that now this worker who lost a job because of COVID-19, he's back to work. But you see, there have also been challenges in accessibility to this particular Economic Recovery Fund. Equitability also has not been has been an issue around this particular issue. So we have seen even still small companies or the small and medium companies still not accessing this fund, and not their inability to access directly impacts on the workers at the end of the day. So we continue in that particular angle. And also there is an issue that we need to just talk about, the whole issue of now employers are also using this opportunity to abuse workers' rights. If you say you're not going to do it, Jonathan, there is 1,000 outside that door just waiting to take your position.
Exactly.
So everyone, you're willing even to compromise on your right. Why? Because there are no jobs. And the employers are using that as their road on. In terms of resolving issues, even an employer who is able to pay off 200,000 says that there is no money. And can go to the court and say, I'll pay 20,000.
Yes. There was this issue around NSSF. I'm sure there was an initiative around amending the law to allow people, access some of their savings because of the pandemic.
True.
I don't know if you...
yes.
If that worked as an intervention.
It did not work as an intervention. Allow amending the law and then people being able to access. No. In terms of midterm access to NSSF, as Platform for Labour Action, we introduced it. We worked with members of Parliament to introduce it in the bill. And our argument was, like you've seen it in the news, that, let people at least access maybe at 40 or something. Or when there's this bad calamity that cannot allow people to work, ideally. But I think that we are still in the other way of thinking that social protection is for the old age, you understand, not covering all. So even when the bill that was passed by Parliament went before the President again has sent it back, of course, with his comments on the same.
So Lydia, we need to, as we sort of come to the end, we need to look to the future. In the worst case scenario, we could find ourselves in a similar situation in 5 or 10 years.
True.
And assuming Lydia is the new, Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, or the PS in the ministry or whatever, what could be those points that you would push and say, as a country, this is how we should prepare for something of this magnitude? It may not be a perfect blueprint, but what are those ideas that you'd flaunt around, saying, if we find ourselves in a similar situation, these are my recommendations, or the PLA recommendation on how, you think that the government should protect the rights of workers in a pandemic or a similar situation in future, worst case scenario to happen.
And indeed it will come. That is a given.
I don't want to be the one to predict
it. We hope that it will not come, but even this that we are going through right now, it was predicted that it will come. So we need to prepare better. If I was in that position that you have, envisioned at that point in time, one thing is that the loan NSSF need to be strengthened.
Okay.
You see, social protection is not only for the old age. Why do you need to strengthen the social protection side of it, especially like NSSF? Why? Because if, let's say, imagine we had a withdrawal benefit of unemployment, a certain percentage that in instances of calamity, where certain sectors are unable to work for a certain period of time, okay? Then this worker, the fund should be able to pay them a monthly wage, that goes into this person, like at least either to pay them that 10% or to pay them 5% their contribution to that, the NSSF, whichever it might be. Why? That way, workers would maintain their jobs. The employer would have no reason to terminate. Idea. Why? Because this employee is being covered during that period when even you as an employee, you are unable, to make ends meet. You're just struggling to stay afloat. This employee is being covered by this saving that you've been making, both of you. Remember?
Yes.
Both of you are making those contributions. So it is at such a time when they should matter most. That way you are protecting the job security for the workers, that when these sectors are able to resume work, then you just go back.
People pick on from there.
Yeah, they will pick on from there, and you don't have to lose your job, because what do you lose as an employer if the other person is covering this particular person for that period? That would be very, very interesting. I think the other thing I would do in that particular area, which even actually I wanted to start a campaign on that time, and I remember even Mr. Byaruhanga also proposed it. Byaruhanga is the
the NSSF
MD.
Yes.
He says instead of asking for NSSF,
Byaruhanga.
Yes. Asking NSSF to give you part of your savings, why don't you workers or employees tell URA to stop collecting pay for that period? No, by the way, when I looked at it, it was a fair argument, because employers are struggling to make ends meet. I'm also struggling to make ends meet. We say, are we in lockdown for how many months? 2 months? People are not working? Okay, maybe reduce. Okay, maybe you may not take it away completely, but you can reduce. So maybe if it's 30%, maybe you only pay 20%. We answer that 10% should be able to help you to cover other aspects. That will also be
that payee is for for the government to be able to fulfill on most of the obligations it has. So
that's why we should share it during that period only. When it is over, we go back.
Okay.
But the other recommendation I would actually make is around, generally it just goes back, because the ministry you have envisioned me in is that covers issues of social protection.
Yes.
Generally, to prepare better, to have a systematic social protection system that really covers for such for such comings that we
how would that work? What do you mean market protection systems?
A very comprehensive one, because right now our system, we have the SAGE, where cash they give you 25,000.
SAGE is the social action,
the senior citizens grant.
Yes.
Where the old people get 20,000 shillings per month.
Yeah.
Okay, and then that's the only cash money that we are seeing. Now, if you have a system, the system looks at the different vulnerabilities that affect this individual.
Yes.
Because you may resolve my problem of money, but you not resolve my problem of health.
Yes.
So we need to strengthen our social protection systems. They should be comprehensive enough to resolve Lydia's problems as an individual, not as money, because that's just one need. Money is just only one need. That way, if you actually, in terms of investment, we just need to invest around that area, because then the workers will not have need. We will not be in this saga where employers are now, they're the bosses, they're everything. They have become more bosses than ever before, ideally.
I mean, Lydia, those are brilliant ideas, but I'm getting worried about, the practicalities, because, I mean, we're 42 million, or even there, I don't know how many workers or employees we have in the country. So I'm wondering, on a practical level,
yes,
how would this honestly come out? Because we have more pressing needs in this country. We have to provide security, there's education, there's everything else that government is dealing with. I'm just wondering,
how will that
are we not putting a lot of is that a government mandate?
Yeah, true. You see, social protection doesn't only look at the money. is to look at the education, because Lydia needs education. Yes. Look at health, Lydia needs health. Look at what I'm saying is that the government should be able to properly coordinate or plan for this individual chronologically, that system, that the health ministry contributes, that the Ministry of Gender, they are speaking, that the education ministry, they are speaking, that at every corner we are actually speaking together. Because money, they are in those different ministries, because it will not only be money for this, it's not different ministries. And yes, we have priorities of security, which I don't think that we are at war, maybe we are at war, but we need to plan better in terms of planning better, but also to the workers themselves. I think also we have learned something. Yes. Let's save. Now that is not from legal perspective, but me being human in me, that let us save. Save something, even if it is 20,000 every month. Save, because you just never know when you will need it. It's very important. Save, let us save.
For a rainy day.
For a rainy day is very, very important. So the employers, how are our systems ready? For these, were they even ready? Or even are they ready even up to now? Because there are those that, yes, we have the pandemic here, but still the systems are not what? They have not been built, to take up still such, for example, if I may ask, have you insured yourself? What if your worker acquired or contracted COVID-19? And indeed, we see that because of the negligence at the workplaces, that is how the person contracted it. And then we trace back and it's still the employer. Yes. Are you ready to be able to meet this liability? The government came out and said the treatment for COVID-19 is their government responsibility. Yes. But we saw people fighting, I heard on the news, members of parliament saying that private hospitals were even taking people's land titles, to treat COVID-19. Yeah. But are we ready as the employer? Yeah. Have you insured? Have you revised issues around work from home? Yes. Have you, the employer, included or incorporated issues of work from home? Because now the home has become a workplace. Yeah. Jonathan, I wonder if I ended myself from home when I'm working on a computer, whether I should ask for workers' compensation.
And then on a Zoom call and the baby comes.
And then the baby comes. So it's very challenging. Are we giving the workers the tools they need to work from home? Yeah. Because there's nothing demanding me from work from home. But Jonathan, when I don't even own a laptop. Yeah. My employee don't have a laptop. So how do we deliver from home?
And our data costs in the country.
Data costs in the country are high. Yeah. We're even having a tax apparently. I didn't know until when I was told so. So we need to be ready as a country, as employers. We need to be ready. We need to revise our human resource manuals to take into consideration such happenings that may come at any given point. But also looking at the new phenomenon that a home as our place.
Yes. Okay. I mean, Lydia, so many things to talk about, but I think viewers, the most important point for me from Lydia, one, besides your employer, you need to prepare yourself. Do a bit of savings. She mentioned another one of the importance of marrying if you want to enjoy paternity leave, because you may not get it if the person is just, without legal status. But more importantly, Lydia has emphasized the need for government to, regulate the employment sector, put in place safeguards to ensure that when we find ourselves in such a situation again, we have a well thought out plan that can enable the country to protect the rights of its workers, because, like you say, labor is a factor of production besides land and capital, and without labor, there's nothing. The economy is dead. With that, viewers, we come to the end of today's edition of You and the Law. I've been your host, Jonathan Ochom, and I've been with Lydia Buite from the Platform for Labor Action. Special shouts to our sponsors, Legal Hub Uganda and I4C Africa Hub, for putting this together. Until next time, see you.
moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They have moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials.
Yeah.
And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Yeah. But first of all, if you're passionate about what you're going to do, I believe in all work we do mistakes. So my first experience at work was when I reached at work. You know, you have to be confident when you're doing something, even if it's wrong. In our industry, you have to be confident. Once you're confident, you give support of it. Yeah. So my first cap to make was for a customer, and I made a mistake on it because the waitress came and gave me a cappuccino single. I made it and gave it to her. Then she told me, no, the guest wanted a flower on it. To not make a flower. So I said, what I've given you is what is supposed to go. I cannot make another cup of coffee. Please take that to a customer. If he calls me, I'll explain what. So that's how I started. But to me, when you love what you're doing, even when you make mistakes, still you will support that mistake and it will go out. So I have love for the coffee, for the industry. I have love for what I'm doing, and when I'm on the station, trust me, I don't want anyone to disturb me. Even if you are home, even if you are the boss, once I'm in my bar, it is my turn. It's your area. Wait for my shift to get done, then you can bring me a coffee.
Interesting. If you're watching us, this is House of Talent, the coffee break. We are having some fun with Isaac and Charles here. You know, Charles telling us about his first experience, and you're supposed to make a certain cup of coffee, which he did not do, but these are the different experiences that we have. So if you're a barista and it's your first day of the job, relax. You got this. Have some confidence. We have you here at the coffee break, and we're going to take a break right now. But when we return, we still have that part of we're going to brew a cup of coffee, which I believe is going to be very tasty. And we'll also be talking about how can we set up a successful coffee business, which I think very many people are trying to get into right now. So we'll take a break right now. This is the coffee break on House of Talent Television.
private sector is not yet fully utilized, because not everybody can be employed by government. And we are looking at a future whereby more people are employed in the private sector than in government. So I think if we all work hard, if we all work together and invest in the right areas, there's been a lot of talk about value addition in the agriculture sector, in the mineral sector. If there is enough investment in those areas, I think it can create enough jobs for our children and grandchildren.
Okay. Yeah. I just want to take you to question number 4, Andrew, which is, let's talk about your journey at City Hall and the foray into the Executive Director's office, which is as Andrew Chitaka,
Very
and
interesting.
as well as the Director Engineering.
Very interesting. I joined KCCA on 1st November 2011. And before then, I was
for so much. CEO of, you know, whatever. They give so much.
This is the reason why you're actually on the bench.
Because of my credibility. Thank you so much. But now they attack you, they vilify you. And the goal is to weaken you financially. Is to weaken your honor. These are slanderers. So I'm glad that someone would stay up at night to ask and learn about me. And I pray that in the next 2 months, because I know many Ugandans who travel overseas, when they go there, one of the things, because the media has been so much, and Sam Kutesa, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has really not done a good job. He has dropped the ball on this issue. Why? So many of us are being accused of being gay killers, including me. You've just heard that person. Uganda is being accused that we kill gays, which actually is absolutely untrue. And because of this, it has affected our tourism. It affects people who go overseas to do work or study. It affects whenever you go to a conference. Hi, my name is Eddie Okiela. Where are you from? I'm from Uganda. Oh, you are the gay killers. And then you begin to describe. So one of the things that I've done is I've written a book, which should be coming out. I know that I keep saying the same thing, but the work of doing a book takes a long time, and I wish I could be supported. You know, many people who write on this subject, like Sylvia Tamale, she's supported by the Rockefeller Foundation, Carnegie Foundation. There is money.
Is a very big brand, and as we go on, we will probably discuss the things we're trying to do to see that things change for the better.
Good. Sean, on the CEO bench, for everyone who is following, we're live on our YouTube studio where we actually stream from. So YouTube studio, for everybody asking for a link, is actually House of Talent Uganda.
Confident in themselves and what they are offering. I think that's the biggest problem. Like, women will easily settle for a less pay than men would.
Mona Onyeto Deke goes on to say, I think this is a comment, says, I didn't know that beauty products are taxed at 60%. Whoa.
They are. I pray that changes soon, but they are.
Okay. So with that challenge of 60%,
setting up the company, you're doing tours all across the world. You know, a personal account is great, but how these things are taxed becomes important for you know, for your business later on. As soon as you cross that threshold of 50 million a year, you know, you're now in
the interest become more shares.
Yes.
Of April 2021, the year of our Lord on the Elders Wisdom Circle, we discuss the topic of festive season, the Elders' wisdom on the festive season. Every time we have festivities, elders sit the young down and tell them the story and give them the meat, the food, the drinks, the sodas we used to drink, and all these things that we enjoy, chasing the chicken in the African context, where you chase the chicken until you grab the chicken and you slaughter, and then you know, dissect the thing and then put there. If it's a goat, we chase the goat, grab the goat, slaughter, you know. And that's when the old will teach the young how to prepare themselves for the emerging time, you know, for hunting, for all of these things. All of these things happen during the festive season. And of course, to enjoy the wisdom from the elder who is 54 years of age, the son of the former President Idi Amin Dada, the third born son, the man with the secret box of the former President Jaffa Remo Amin Salongo, aka, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
The secret box of your father.
You keep insisting on that. Please, today's a solemn day. Today's a solemn day. We lost Crispus.
Yes.
Cyprian
yes. Yeah.
I was sitting on a bike rushing to you, and somebody told me, Chitaronyo were Savasumba. I did not connect. I thought they were talking about some Pentecostal priest. I did not realize it was the Archbishop of Kampala.
And that
his soul rest in peace.
Amen. And that brings us to our first discussion today, Jaffa. I know it's a sad note, but we will not start on the sad note. We want to start on the lighter note of our topic today. I brought this topic up because you're an elder on the show, and we always want to know, you know, remind ourselves of some of the wisdom we used to pick from the elders. Jaffa, growing up in the African context, whenever we are going into celebrations like the Easter celebrations, the Eid celebrations, usually elders organize themselves and teach the young what to do around that time.
There's a very funny one, but it's also mystical. Africans were innately mystical.
Yeah.
Some soldiers during our time were passing around Camden Corner.
Yes.
They saw chicken, chicken, gueno.
Yes.
They started throwing them into the truck, the military truck. The Langil mother was like, wow, today is a blessing. Oh, my stock is gone. Better. They just boarded the lorry and headed to Arua. But during the festivities, when they were really feeling so satisfied, the chicken started to crawl in the stomach.
From the old woman?
No, the people who took stuff without paying for it. Till today, where chicken is at 25,000 in Arua, they don't go for Camden Corner because of that.
Because they robbed the old
woman. If you rob the old lady and it starts coco in your stomach, that is the mystery behind do not commit a crime like that.
During festive season, the ice has been broken. I told you, Jaffa always has some story from his growing up that are always very funny. And today I want to ask you, Jaffa, if you were to roll back, you're 54 today, if you were to roll back 40 years back.
When I was 13.
Yes, into 40 years back, what would be your memory of the festive season then?
That one. They were rushing home and they had to take somebody else's chicken.
Lakini pesa yangu ni wapi? Better.
I wasn't there, but you know, soldiers have their stories.
Yes.
But for us, we left Uganda on March. And my father flew in on a Hercules on the 24th.
Okay.
And the depression that set in, coming from height to ordinariness, it has never left.
There was that Coca-Cola bottle back in the days and Schweppes back in the days on the, you know, the festive season, like now we're going into, we're in the festive season, by the way. We've started the long weekend of eating and sleeping.
You've forgotten something, the wooden crates. People don't realize they were wooden crates.
Yes, with long bottles like this.
Whenever they were throwing them into the 3-tonners, they'd go, wow. I'm like, aren't you going to break the bottles? Now that's when they really chuck them. What do you think the crates are for? It's for protecting the damn things. And everyone was supposed to get a crate of choda and 2 crates of One day I wanted from the 2 crates, some soldiers were at the gate. And I'm like, how does it taste? The soldiers started laughing, tearful laughter. He said, it tastes like cow urine. I went, ah!
This is alcohol.
I didn't taste it, but I was asking the soldier. They used to bring for every soldier, for the wives, 1 crate of soda, 2 crates of beer.
Yes.
Each soldier.
So
this is during the festive.
So they say that, no, look, this is a...
For him it was an easy,
and then he told you it tastes like the...
for me I was like, how does it taste? He looked at me, he took a swing. Then he said, no, he had to have a description. He must have been
because
a
they want to bring
he must have been a Karamajong soldier. He was like,
why the Karamajong soldier?
No, but him and Karamajong have this innate relationship with urine.
From the animals.
From the cows.
Well,
so he had to connect it somewhere.
Yes, and we're talking about the elders' wisdom.
But it stopped me from ever drinking the ting. No, this is...
What is this, Jaffa? Talk to us. Today you are speaking in parables.
Look, the Luanga thing has touched me at a different level. So I'm trying to, it's almost like a rumbe where the uncle, I'm becoming that uncle who talks until the morning and makes everybody laugh when they're in a somber mood.
Yes.
Think of us in front of that fire, but...
And you see, Jaffa, what we are discussing on the Elders Wisdom Circle today is very important. This particular discussion is very key. In fact, we are talking about the wisdom of elders during the festive season in the African context, from the African perspective. That's what we wanted to break today. What were the wisdoms? When we were growing up, we chased cows, we chased sheep and goat and chicken and ducks and turkey during when we were going for holiday. And holiday was about eating and drinking and feeding well and you know, dressing the clothes, wearing the new shoes around that time. It always comes around Easter, Eid, and Christmas.
And your guys, is it tonight? Yes. They're going to end up in midnight mass?
Yes.
Today, Baroko, they have overnights, but we always remember the midnight mass.
Yes. And it's a description from both the PAG. I think yesterday was Good Friday when Jesus was picked, and all of this is a religious, ceremonies. It started from here. It's not really a white man situation to talk about. But it brings us into a celebration of time, and when it happened, there's a celebration that the man rose and we ate and all that stuff. But what I want to know from you quickly, we enjoyed the moment with the elders. We enjoyed the moments of eating chicken, of
chasing them first.
The
chase.
They're running around the grass.
The chase.
Yes, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then to look for the chicken, and then when you grab the chicken, the exhilarating moments that come through grabbing the chicken, and then and then when it is slaughtered and then cooked, and then when you sit down, togetherness of eating, it brings us back to what we are. I am because we are. You remember the topic
of last week.
Yeah, so we're following
the
up from
sharing.
The sharing. We sat in a group and ate. These days, it is now you keep saying yanje. I just eat alone.
The greatest problem I've ever done is come home and only ask for chai.
Yes.
You're going to get a cold shoulder from somebody. But you not partaking of what she has prepared.
Yeah.
Now, on Easter, on Eid, on the festive seasons, it's the gathering and the sharing.
So what is the elders' wisdom behind that gathering and sharing? Why were we doing this?
Believe you me,
And why are we not doing it
I
today?
get back to the selflessness of mothers. Believe you me, I always put our blessed women, mothers, sisters in the center of things. What they taught us is what you live by, or you relinquish and become that boy who entered the barracks, who entered the boarding. Do you know how hungry and greedy boarding school children become? They come back with a sense of hyena-ship. Hyena-ship. I'm like, this child has changed. Do they fight over food at boarding? Hey, you're going to get your share. Parents have to realign children. Me, I think it's a barracks mentality. For me, boarding is like a barracks. I'm not saying I had a negative, it had a negative influence on me or experience with me, but I always feel it teaches that competitive nature that...
Which is also good.
It's good for the educational level, yes.
But even from a family level, competitiveness is good because it teaches us the sense of being responsible.
But what I mean is, if we're gathering and the child still thinks they're in that boarding environment and has to grab, I'm like, I watch children from Gigezi High School running with plates. Me, that's the image that runs slow motion. We're across the valley in an affluent school, and we're laughing at them running. Yet we would have to be called quietly into the dining room. Shush, you come with dignity. You sit and you wait for your portion to be... And they come and they deliver to it. You actually don't even go and line up for it.
Yeah, but you were a son of a former president.
No, I'm saying that etiquette. But I'm saying that etiquette is at a